non-token creatures dies, you exile it, and then you make it.
Oh no! YouTube is gonna kill us.
Uh.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, we'll probably maybe mute that. My bad.
Oh yeah, I love this music right now.
Aww. Sorry, side note for YouTube people. Twitch has a system in which you can break your audio tracks into multiple layers, and then you can set it so that way the music doesn't get recorded. So if you go to my Twitch VODs, it's just games and microphone, no music, but YouTube doesn't have the same input options, so it automatically will port in all of the music, which will demonetize and flag and copyright all of your shit. So, oops.
Yeah. So we've been kicked off of YouTube now.
Yeah, I'll probably mute that part of the video.
Yeah, value stuff. Sacrificing like what we have, yeah, like Steve and all of these to ramp, you get double ramps out of it. Or all the things that sacrifice himself for some interaction is really nice.
Why he's so clinky, baby? He's so clinky.
In particular, I like the ones like Insidious Fungus because sometimes you just don't have an artifact or enchantment that you want to take out, but you always have the option to just draw a card and put a land into play. This has a couple effects like Darian, Dauntless Escort. I think there might be one more. As a convenient way to save your creatures, which is interesting to me because this... Hammy is also very interested in this because, like, that's generically a good effect, right? But you have a commander who brings all of your stuff back. So you have to make a decision then. Are you giving all of your stuff indestructible, but not getting the extra effects from Bernard, or are you letting that go away, but then why play the card? So I'm curious as to how these play out in this deck. This is very cute. The overlords. I'm not sure. I want there to be something that I'm missing with it. But Bernard only triggers if it's a creature that goes to your graveyard, and these are not when you impend them. But maybe there is something that is like animating them momentarily or something like that, because that would still work. But it just might be, hey, this is a good creature with a good ETB. We're just casting them normally.
It's also just you have a 3-color deck. Maybe it's just built-in ramp, right? Because it's putting them. That's the one that's putting them into play.
Oh yeah, this one ramps.
Yeah, so it's just ramping and filtering or fixing. Mm-hmm. But the blue one, you're right.
Yeah, and they're cool and new.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, yeah, but they go in line with, like, yeah, if you have good ETBs, it means that Bernard is doubling all those. That's great. We have some, like, copying tokens, because you are getting more copies of those things. A bunch of ways to do that with this. There's, Reese and populate stuff. Yeah. So a lot of ways to take advantage of Bernard's ability and the fact that you have lots of cool tokens. I really like the thought of like evoking a solitude or something, and then you immediately get another copy of it.
Toby is a new one for tokens as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cool card, I think, to include.
Yes, especially because I think when I built this, I was like, okay, I can grind a lot of value out of it, but I don't know exactly what my win cons are. And hey, you can just go over the top because he does just inherently buff the creatures that you're making. The first ability.
And then they all fly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, would that be a good reason to have like Wonder? Because you're clear, you're killing off creatures, and then.
Yes, I could see that here. There's not a I typically don't use Wonder unless there's a very convenient way to like dump it into the graveyard, and here you just have to cast it first, I think. But you have a couple options, like the Overlord discards. But yeah, I think that general idea of having like a here's how all my stuff gets through would be good. Yeah. Oh, we have flares. I think that's a really nice way to sacrifice your creatures. Okay, yes. Populate, populate, populate. Make so many copies of things. The mirror box here. This is cute, because it does allow you to continue to make like populate copies of the couple like legendary things in here. So you could pop off with making multiple copies of Mondrak or Adrix and Nev. It might be a little niche, but I support that. And I was not aware that this existed. Maybe this was like a bonus card in this secret layer, but I did not know that there was this alternate art for Ashnod's Altar, and now I need it.
I don't think it was one of the bonus cards. Let me look.
I need it. All right. As we continue through, yeah, are all of the enchantments here. More ways to interact with our tokens. Knight of Sweet's Revenge is nice because it means now all of your stuff taps for mana as well. Lands, etc., etc. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. The first thing that I noticed. So, Academy Manufactor is like.
So I think the bonuses were the catapult, the cow catapult for sure, and yeah, there's the Ashnod's Altar.
Okay, I just missed it, I guess.
I think it was the kill. Yeah, it was Killer Rabbit and Catapult were the two bonuses.
Yeah,
they're so good. They're my favorite.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna talk for a moment, but if any of you can get to there faster than me, why am I pointing this card out in particular? Because Academy Manufactor, you see your deck has clue or food or treasure stuff. You're like, of course, I put in Academy Manufactor. This card is super broken. I would always want more copies of these tokens, right? Mm-hmm. However, it is not good here. Unless you're willing to make this sacrifice. Because Bernard sees your thing die. He's like, great, I'm going to bring this back as a copy of the creature, and it is a food. Academy Manufactor sees you make a token that is a food. It then replaces it with a regular clue, food, and treasure. So you end up with no creature if both of these are out at the same time. Because Manufactor will override Bernard, and you only end up with a clue, of food, and a treasure. Which is, like, not awful, but the whole cool thing about this deck is that you get the creature copy back.
Are you sure that's the way that works? Because I thought it was when you make a food, you do the thing. So the food has already happened as a copy of a creature.
No, because this is a replacement effect.
Oh, it is. Yeah. If you would create.
Right.
Okay, I just never read it that way. I've always just been like, make a food, also make the other things.
Right, because I think this is like maybe the only time it ever matters. Because he's making a token that is a food, but is more than just a food. But then this replaces it with generic food.
Yeah, when I've read it in the past, I just never read it that way. And it makes sense that it didn't matter until now.
Yeah.
So I would have also used that incorrectly. Mm-hmm. Now, that said, maybe the idea is that you're doing so much other things that are making clues, foods, and tokens that you just want to back up so you don't have to have Bernard in all the time.
Right.
So maybe it's not as good, but still playable?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's enough cards doing it.
Because you do have other ways to make generic food. Oko, Gilded Goose, there's a couple other things here. You just have to be very aware that if you are trying to do funky Bernard things, you need the Academy Manufactor to not be on the board.
Okay.
Some things I was looking at this deck, there seem to be very, very few board wipes in a deck that almost always they're to your advantage. Because when all of your stuff dies, you just get them back immediately thanks to Bernard. Sure, Bernard is gone, but you're the only person with stuff left. The only board wipes that I saw were Eternal Wanderer. Great, that works. and Psych Rift, which doesn't work because it's bouncing everything. So I would definitely, if I were running this deck, want to put in some more board wipes, even if they're generic, which I usually don't recommend anyway, because every single one is a one-sided board wipe. I really liked these two inclusions. Where are you? Ultec Matter Weaver. This is just like such a good rate for this ability. And usually making a copy of an artifact token that you control is pretty limiting. So you're like, oh, great, I get a treasure out of this guy, or I can make a copy of the gnomes that he creates. But here, this is anytime you cast a creature spell, you get a copy of one of the Bernard cookies that you've made. I was like, that's excellent here. And then in a similar vein, Battle for Bredegard. This is usually kind of inefficient. Like you get a couple things out of it. You have to wait 3 turns, and you're like, okay, I get a copy of the 2 1/1s it made. But specifically, it can only copy things that have different names, so it's very hard to get like max value out of this. Bernard, that's perfect here. You made a bunch of creatures all with different names. Great. Again, really good rate on that. I thought that's a really smart one for this. Some things that I would add. I'm going to start off with the first thing that I thought of when I saw this card, Spoiled. The Samwise that is the commander partner in the food deck.
Makes a food every turn if you don't have a food.
Just makes a food every turn.
Oh, every
regardless.
turn. That's the uncommon.
Yes.
That does the thing.
Oh, all right, I can do this. I think it's Sam Loyal Attendant.
That is correct.
Okay. So, yes. Okay, and you all can see that. Great. So, yeah, makes a food at your combat, but importantly, activated abilities of foods you control cost 1 less to activate. All of your tokens are foods.
So their other activated abilities are cheaper.
Exactly.
Do we have a lot of those? Like Gilded Goose?
Gilded Goose makes more foods for cheaper. You can use it for like Fertilid, immediately, search up some basic lands. Like the Insidious Fungus here costs less. This would be great, being able to put counters on your stuff.
It's a pretty minor thing. Most of those were tap abilities. So, and they mostly cost 2. Mm-hmm. So it's not a huge upside.
Yes, I agree there. There's one more step to this. So almost every time that you see like abilities cost less, there's the additional line of, but it can't cost less than 1, because that tends to break a lot of things. On this, they figured, oh, this is safe. If we give foods that there's only the 1 ability that they have. Mm-hmm. If you go through, this would you'd have to do some research to change the deck up a bit, but any creatures that have abilities that cost 1 colorless mana are now free.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time that can win you the game. The one that I found when I looked at this initially, there's a card called Fairlight Priest, which is 1 colorless mana to make a white mana, I think. Or might even be a mana of any color. So it was just made to filter your mana, but that is then
infinite
free.
Mana.
Yeah.
And it didn't say activate once per turn because it's just a filter.
It is. I think when this ability resolves for the 3rd time in a turn, you have to sacrifice the priest, but you can just say, great, stack this 1,000,000 times, and now they resolve, and you still get the mana. So that was the first thing I thought to add. Some other stuff. This also cares about golems, and there were a couple cards in here that, like Blade Splicer, that are kind of leaning into the golem side of things. I feel like Ik Tekik would be fun here. The partner that also cares about golems, and I think it's like whenever a golem dies, you put a counter on every single other thing that you have. So seems ideal. World Walker Helm, which whenever you make an artifact token, you also make a map, but then you can copy any artifact token for 2 mana, so even more ways to copy. And then if you wanted to go this direction, putting Neoform and Eldritch Evolution in as creature tutors, because not only do they sacrifice your creature, getting you the Bernard thing, you can now find some of your heavy hitters and stuff. Also is a way to tutor out just like, all kinds of things that make the deck go off, if you are interested in putting tutors in. And the last one that I thought was very cute would be if you put Uro in. Usually that's not the greatest commander card.
Why is he good here?
Because if you have Bernard out, you play him,
And
he sacrifices him to himself, and then he comes back in and you get another trigger of that.
Yeah. Would some of the Karns make golems? And some of them make golems that are good based on the number of artifacts you have. Seems like he would make a bunch. There's also from Rivals of Ixalan, there's a white artifact that when it comes in, it makes an XX golem and does something real scary once you get like 5 artifacts in play.
Oh, okay. So the most recent Ixalan.
Yeah.
All of those are very close to golems and not quite. I still think they would all be good adds, but the Karns make constructs. And the thing that you're thinking of, which I can't remember the name of,
I thought it was a golem.
Makes gnomes. Because that was the creature type that was in the most recent Ixalan. But both of those are like, hey, great. We like artifacts, we like tokens. I think all of those would be pretty good. It wasn't Rivals though. It was
the Lost Caverns.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like 4 mana white.
Yeah. I could have swore one of them made something wonky, but those must have been really big gnomes.
Yeah. 1,000 Moon Smithy, thank you.
Chat always knows what I'm talking about, more so than me.
Yeah, I want to say that's actually, it has even better synergy too on the back side.
It flips into something crazy.
I think it's like whenever you... Is it like land or something? When you use the mana from it, you make a copy of a token or something? I'm pretty sure it has other synergy with this deck, so that I'm on board with.
I'm almost there. I'm in S. 1,000 Moon Smithy. It does indeed make a golem or gnome soldier. I'm sad. And then if you have 5, you can tap 5 untapped artifacts, and then you can flip it, and it turns into the land that says whenever you cast an artifact or creature spell using mana produced by this, you get to create another one of the gnomes.
Okay.
And its power and toughness are equal to artifacts.
Yeah, and we're making
creatures.
a bunch of those.
Yeah, that's a good one. Do I get a point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I like this commander. I think it's a lot of fun. I like that there's a variety of ways that we're getting value out of this unique ability. And then I would just pop in a couple more board wipes, since those are always to your advantage if he's on board. And yeah, keep in mind if you have Academy Manufacturer on board.
If you guys would like to see this commander, not this deck, but this commander in action, Decked Out episode 49. It's piloted by Zabricus for our TV show themed episode, where this is supposed to be the Great British Bake Off.
Yeah. It looks like Paul Hollywood. It does.
All right. Kai, I think that's it for this particular deck tech. Veggie, would this be something that would fit the power level and style of our show?
Yeah, I think so. This looks like pretty close to an updated version of what we played on the show. So I think we would put something like this on.
All right. And then you said your recommendation would be some board clears, and then maybe the Academy Manufacturer information might be cute, because it could be that the Kai maybe hasn't play tested this a ton. So, and also people probably aren't playing this like on online, so you don't see those interactions. All right, Kai, thank you so much for submitting a deck tech for today's Patreon show, and thank you for being a patron. We appreciate it. Next up, we've got Half an Apple has submitted Big Mama Bear.
Yeah. I have not seen one of these decks yet. Not submitted and not out in the wild. This is Duskana, the Rage Mother. Came in the Murders at Karlov Manor, like the Morph deck. That's what it was. Yeah. When she enters, you draw a card for each creature you control that is a bear, base toughness 2/2. And then whenever a creature you control that is a bear attacks, it gets +3/+3. And by which, for those of you who don't know, a bear just being anything with base power 2/2. That's usually 2 mana, but this specifically, we're looking for creatures, base power 2/2.
And there's another bear that can make all of your creatures 2/2 as well.
Yes. That one is this right here. Kudo, King Among Bears. Everything's a bear and a 2/2, so therefore a bear. Cool. I believe this is generally, we're just looking at the deck, and I think the quote was "rip it to shreds," which I tried to do when I was looking through it, but I kind of like this deck, so I'll do my best.
I like it too. There's a lot of cards I really like. Now I will say, there are a lot of not 2/2s here.
There are some, but they did a pretty good job with it, and most of the non-2/2s I could see the argument for. But let's take a look.
Now, important to note, it says base power and toughness.
Yes.
2/2. So Skoos, like Scavenging Ooze, you still get the ability even when he's like jacked up.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, that's fun.
Important to note though, the concept for this deck is not just play bears, swing. It is bear blink.
I saw Philia, so I knew something was up.
Yeah, because drawing a card for every 2/2 you have when every creature almost in your deck is a 2/2 is a lot of card draw. Yeah, and it allows you to kind of swing out and do some other tricks. So that's even a little bit more specific. So like something that has a good ETB, even better here.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Naya deck draw so many cards, because the bear herself is drawing. You have Toski, Welcoming Vampire, Enduring Innocence. Like everything is drawing you cards. There's a lot of card draw. Yes,
I like it. Yeah, Frostfang also is hit a player, draw cards. Yeah, and I think that's pretty solid here. Considering that we have a lot of smaller creatures, so like having a bunch of cards in hand means that you're gonna get to play a bunch of spells. Oops. Okay. So here's one of our non-2/2s, but I think being able to swing and deal damage equal to the number of your other creatures, since almost all of those are power 2 or less, including itself, is pretty worth it. Yes, and then like we have a handful of generic good 2/2s, so that gives you a lot to work with. Charming Prince, perfect, because it both is a 2/2 and gives you a gives you a blink attached to it.
Quick note, someone in the channel is saying Beast Whisperer is also a 2/2. I believe it is a 2/3.
Is a 2/3.
But you're close. He's got a little bit bigger of a booty than you're giving him credit for.
Yeah, he's
unlike Veggie.
Thicker than a bear. I am not. Let's see. Goro Goro here is pretty cool. Is a 2/2. Helps to haste all of your stuff. And that's especially relevant since you're probably playing a couple creatures per turn.
Well, especially when you're drawing cards for each one of them. Heck yeah.
Right. And this does have a good number of ways to modify your creatures. Like Scavenging Ooze will put counters on itself. Tender Wild Guide puts counters on itself. Twitching Doll puts counters on itself.
Sovereign.
Yes. And so that you're gonna get a lot of you get a lot out of this. Not only the haste, but also the 5/5 flyers.
Ooh, we're blinking Palace Jailer.
Yeah, we are.
That sounds like fun.
Which is great because a lot of people will miss that it does not return the creature to the opponent when it leaves play. It returns it to them when you lose the monarch. So you can blink this a couple times and it'll eat multiple creatures. And it's a 2/2. Let's see. Yeah, Feely also excellent here. 2/2 and blink stuff.
It's you, Hammy.
I really like the variety of abilities that we have here. So we have like, hey, bear that interacts on the stack. Hey, bear that protects you or, rebuilds your board after a board wipe. Hey, bear that doubles all the triggers of your other bears.
That's a good card for
That
this.
is a good card for this. One of the exceptions that we've made here is Enduring Innocence is a 2/1, sad, but I think being able to draw at least a card every turn is pretty powerful. And these cards are just so good. All of the Endurings, I highly recommend you all play with these because they give you so much value, and they you have to remove it twice. Again, interacting on the stack, we're countering abilities here.
Ooh, Wilson's my preview card.
Yeah, and is very, very a bear. Okay, and then we have 2 tutors here. Neither of them is a bear, but they give you access to pretty much everything in the deck. Imperial Recruiter, anything with power 2 or less. Recruiter the Guard, anything with toughness 2 or less. That is the deck. So that's very powerful, and since they're ETBs, you can blink them. That seems fantastic. It's just packed full of like, it's a toolbox. You have every ability that you possibly need. I think the other exceptions to the 2/2-ness, Welcoming Vampire, yeah, makes sense. Sovereign Okenek Ahau. This is boosting your creatures equal to whatever they've already been boosted by, and Duskana gives everything +3/+3 when they attack. So that's another permanent +3. Understood. And then Toski and what's his face, Frostfang. Yeah, we'll make the exceptions to draw 1 million cards when we swing. Sounds good.
And Welcoming Vampire.
Yeah.
She also thicker than a bear.
Yeah, this is. You see, doesn't listen to me at all. I just spout information, but it's so much.
I was listening. You mentioned her earlier, but then you were talking about card draws that weren't 2/2s, and you didn't include her in that.
I started with her.
You jumped around 2 different times. You went there and then somewhere else and then back. And I just wanted to talk about how big her thighs were.
Yeah.
You can't see, but we can tell.
For a second I was gonna say, yeah, with her third leg, but that's not her that has the 3 legs. That's Olivia.
Was that AI maybe?
I don't think so, because that was like a while ago. That's an older Olivia. I think it was just like, hey, we need you to make this in a week or something, and they're like, all right. I don't know. Yeah, I really liked this here.
Papa, the Denley was in the deck.
Yeah. You're the doubler.
Yeah.
This is a card that I feel like I don't see enough of in decks, period. But because making 2/2s, like X 2/2s with only an additional cost of 2 is already great. Plus they trample and haste, and when they hit players, you become the monarch.
Wow, yeah, that's cheap.
Right?
I was gonna say there's another one that makes samurais, but I think it's like an uncommon. It's much more expensive.
Yeah, you all should play this card more. And hey, it's perfect here. Ramp.
That makes Wandering Emperor maybe a good include for like a combo removal, make 2/2s.
Yeah, because they had the other one here. But I would definitely be in support of additional Wanderer, because we haven't seen a lot of.
I'm taking a point. 2 points.
We saw a little bit of removal here on ETBs, but it was like artifacts and enchantments, and I think we only saw one exile. So having another exile on a planeswalker would be good. Farewell, boo, and then yay, flippy lands, and in your deck of swing out, but we don't really have evasion. That's exactly what these cards are for. It's like, yeah, you'll probably play this as a land most of the time, but there's so many games where you're like, oh, win? What a good what a good land slot. Okay. So here are our blink spells. For a blink deck, this seems pretty low.
Well, we have Philia and Prince.
Yeah, that's 4.
But what I'm saying is maybe it's not a blink deck. Maybe it is a bear deck that has some blink.
I mean, as described by the builder, bear deck with blink.
Like, and teleportation circle.
So we have a teleportation circle down here. They're good. They're good, but for a total of what, 5 things that blink in the whole deck, where that's one of your main concepts.
6.
6. Right, 1, 2,
2, and then there was 3 for the spells, and then
3, 4.
Doesn't that blink?
Nope.
Oh.
That's exile 1 thing from every player.
Oh. Okay, I lied. Just 5.
5. When I looked at their description before going through the deck, I was like, I like this. I think this is a great idea. Like blinking Duskana seems fantastic to me. So immediately I would throw more blink in this.
Ooh. Oh, no. I lied.
Oh.
I was thinking there's a 3/3 bird that ETBs and blinks, but it's a 3/3, so that's not as good.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because like the deck, we've packed the deck full of really good ETBs. It's like it was set up for blink to be really good in it, and then just didn't have the blink. So some stuff that you could toss in this right away are like the mass blink spells, Semesters and Eerie Interlude, things to blink your whole board, and that incidentally gives you some board wipe insurance.
Some reoccursion spells. You have so many card draws whenever creatures come back. So there are a lot of creatures that allow you to bring back power 2 or less, or spells that bring back, X creatures with power 2 or less or whatever.
Yeah.
So that could be pretty cool.
I think there was just a new one.
Tashir,
Tashar.
2/2.
That is, I believe it is mana cost 3 or less, but like that also hits practically your entire deck. That's everything from here up.
She's also a 2/2.
Okay. That's
3?
That's excellent. That I really like that.
3 points.
Yeah, Teshar would be an auto ad here. Okay, and repeatable blink would also be Sword and Hearth and Home seems very good. You do have to be careful since it gives pro green and pro white. So, but there aren't a lot of things that you have in this deck that you want to target your own stuff.
Someone's pointing out that Teshar does need heroic support, but
historic, yeah.
But you have some artifacts, and I mean, you have a bunch of legendary creatures.
Yeah.
It's Commander.
Yeah.
There's enough, I think, to justify a creature that's on rate as a 2/2.
Right. Yeah. I think like this deck would not have enough support if your like commander was Teshar, but I think it's certainly got enough, to be able to get some value out of it in the 99.
Especially because just playing her triggers all your stuff, and she's an evasive creature that it swings for 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, Conjurer's Closet in chat, Tarbies. That would be a good one for repeatable blink. And then also Nahiri's Resolve is a card that I've been wanting to put into a deck that I think is a 5 mana enchantment that gives you blink as many things as you want at your end step. And it has like something else too. It's like Impulse Draw or something. It would be very good here. It's just it never had a place in a deck because it is a Boros enchantment that wants you to blink, and usually your blink decks are like mono white or Azorius or something, and then Emil, all 3 mana blink whatever you want. I think both of those give this deck so much. Oh, I thought where is it?
Yes, Rob, Teleportation Circle is in the deck.
I thought this is maybe my favorite include here. It's not like the most optimal, but I feel like I have not seen a wild pair in a deck for a long time. So creature enters, if you cast from your hand, search for a creature with the same power and toughness, same total power and toughness. So in this deck, it's pretty much, hey, play a creature, tutor for any creature out of your deck and put it onto the battlefield. It probably a little stronger if your total power toughness are bigger, but it just like, I really like the idea that it gets anything that you want out of your deck. It is wild pair in a deck that cares about 2s. Like
You do like that.
It's very cute. I really like that include. Some other things that you might want to try in this deck. This seems like a very good Annie Joins Up deck. The
one that deals 5 damage?
Yeah.
What's the other ability?
So the limited the how it's like, oh yeah, 4 mana, deal 5 damage or something. That's what it does, right? That's what I use it for in limited. The second part is whenever an ability triggers of a legendary source, double it. So that is both of these abilities. So draw twice for every 2/2 and give all of your attacking stuff +6/+6. So like you're already getting the removal value, and on top of that, doubling all of these triggers, plus Arabella and Bristly Bill and all of your other legendary stuff getting double triggers. I think just a quality of life one, throw Goblin and Archomancer in here. That is a 2/2 for 2 that reduces all of your green and red spells. That's great.
Oh, hey, just a quick shout out. Someone in chat saying that they got an Anthros chair today. Amazing. I hope you used our link and got the discount. I will say, my friend, I've been using the Anthros chair for 6 months now, and I didn't start to feel better until a few weeks in. In fact, I actually felt a little worse the first week because it makes you sit in such a way that your posture is good and your muscles are like, oh no, we don't like this. And so I actually felt like I was in a little bit more pain, but then once you get used to it and you are sitting better and you're not slouching, you'll feel better. She says as she's like leaning forward to like be in the mic, but ignore that.
Yeah. What else? Oh yeah, I'll probably make this my last time I say it, but like, the MDFCs, you have the one Witch Enchanter here, which is a 2/2 and has a really good ETB. You could also put Pinnacle Monk in here, which is a 2/2 with a really good ETB. Perfect. And then if you want to get...
Ooh, that will count as another blink spell because you get a blink spell back.
Exactly. Yes. If you want to get real weird with this...
Ooh, but it's kind of a nombo, right? When you blink it, it comes back as a land?
No, it's a land on the backside.
Oh, it's a land on the backside. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was the other way around. If you want to get weird, run Sylvan Awakening in this deck. It is a 3 mana spell that turns all of your lands into 2/2s with Indestructible. That's a win with the bear on board.
Yeah. So you can it both gives you that, or if like you have nothing else on the board, you can just play it and then play Duskana and draw equal number of lands that you have. So it is both a, hey, swing out with my now 5/5 indestructible lands, or draw for every 2/2 that I've got.
You wouldn't draw from Sylvan Awakening because they're already in play, right? This is when they come into play.
No, I'm saying if you had nothing, like, this is a really fast, like, oh, draw a bunch of cards. If you had nothing else on board, you play the Sylvan Awakening first. And then Duskana is when it enters, draw a card for every 2/2.
Oh, I misread the bear. I thought the bear was saying when you play a 2/2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, ignore me. I didn't know what the bear did.
Yeah, I think that's a very fun, like, out of nowhere kind of spell. I think one of the other ones that I found that would be fun, I think, is Assemble the Players. I don't see this played very often, but it's an enchantment that's like really cheap. It's like 2 mana maybe. And you can play 2 power creatures off the top of your deck. It's like you can look at the top at any time and you can cast creatures off the top if their power is 2 or less.
Yep, there's an enchantment, right?
That's what it is.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, those are the big ones. I think
No Soul Ring or Mana Rocks. What's happening here?
I mean, most of your deck is pretty low. I mean, I always respect the No Soul Ring. There just isn't a deck that that it's bad in.
But it's a 3-color deck should have some rocks, right? But maybe the idea is that you don't need them because everything costs 2.
I like more ramp. You know that. I like more ramp. But we do have a handful of 2-drops that make mana. Wild Guide, Twitching Doll.
Yeah, but I don't like as much ramp as you. And I don't think this is enough.
I agree now that I look closer. I could have sworn that there were more 2-drops that made mana, but there's not.
I get a point.
Yeah, I would definitely toss some other
just
ramp
some
spells in here.
Signets, right? Just
Yeah, there's a Utopia Sprawl. But yes, definitely more. Yes. Okay, that's what I've got.
We didn't rip it apart.
We did not rip it apart. I just wait. Okay, we have the Nature's Lore and 3 visits. But yeah, I think it could stand for a little bit more, or break your exception of like put some dorks in. There's certainly more like 2 mana dorks that are 2/2s.
Oh, Tender Wild Guide's a cute one. That's a good include.
Mm-hmm.
He does the thing.
Right.
Aw. I love him. Isn't there one from that's the one.
Yep.
Yep.
And the Offspring does turn into a 2/2 because it can put a counter on itself.
But that doesn't count because it's not base power and toughness, right?
Oh, true. Yes. Yes, we did not tear this apart. It could go for a little bit more ramp for sure. I think it could. I think it's really well made to support Blink. So put more in it. And if a couple other suggestions here or there, but I like the build. I like the concept.
All right. Thank you so much, Half Eaten Apple, for submitting our deck list for today and being one of our patrons, helping us stay weekly. We are currently working on a goal to be weekly for 2025. So if you guys like these deck techs and would like to support the content and help us be weekly next year, please check out our Patreon. It would be a big help. We're a couple $100 short, I think, of the weekly goal. So Half Eaten Apple, really do appreciate you. And Veggie, would this style deck and power level be appropriate for Decked Out?
Yes. If it were submitted to be on the show, I would have them put more Blink in, because it would be hard to like go into the intro saying like, hey, I'm playing Blink Bears, and then have to dig for 5 spells to be able to blink them. But other than that, yeah, I think it would be ideal.
All right, next up we have a list submitted by Wesley, one of our longtime patrons. We're going to be looking at the Maelstrom Wanderer.
Yeah, this is a lot of people's favorite commander, and big scary for a lot of other people. So 8 mana, you creatures of haste, and you cascade twice when you cast it. There are a lot of ways to build this deck. You can just, hey, this is a pile of cards I like. Great, I'm gonna cascade twice. I'm gonna get two spells that I like. Fine. This thing can infinite, where you cast it over and over and over again and play your whole deck. I don't think that this is doing that. I think this is focused a little bit more on the cascade part with things that support casting from exile. A lot of just, hey, here's general cool spell that I can cascade into, and a couple ways to return Maelstrom Wanderer to your hand to be able to recast it, but I don't think we are infiniting. Okay, so of course, for this kind of deck, we want to minimize the number of small spells, because if you hit those off cascade, sad. So some of the exceptions we make is like this. In creatures, we only have 5 here that cost less than 4. Halfling, sure, we don't. Mana dorks, mana making. It's a cascade deck. We have to play the cool cascade cards, so this ramps you whenever you cascade. And then Troyan, who is a mana dork that taps for 2 for only 3 mana, plus an additional ability to loot. I'm like, okay, I think that's worth it. Pushes you ahead pretty quickly. From that point on, we have, like I said, a lot of support for Cascade. First spell gets Cascade. Rashmi has kind of a Cascade ability, where you are rewarded for casting big spell first. Now, Veggiewagonyee cares about casting from exile. Keeper of Secrets blasts people when you cast from exile. Cascade, Atali casting from exile, etc., etc. We do have just big old beaters on the top end. Zapandrel, doubling your power and toughnesses. The new Sire of 7 Deaths, which has beaten me so many times.
Sick of seeing that card.
God, it's like, what do you do against this in draft?
It's the worst, and I always forget one keyword.
Mm-hmm.
It's always one.
Yep.
It's like, all right, I have a sorcery remover spell. All right, I'm not taking 14, so I'll just chump it with this. And I'm like, oh, it's got trample.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm like, oh, I'll just go over. I can go over the top. Great. It doesn't have haste. Oh, reach.
Vigilance.
Right. Yeah, vigilance and reach. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, and New Coma, which I think was the old Coma also 7 mana?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe with the old Coma,
So the funny thing is I actually think the old Coma's better.
Yeah.
But I actually didn't realize that this was a different Coma.
Oh.
And so like I was playing it and I was like, man, I remember this being better. And I was like, well, I guess that's fine. And then someone's like, oh, new Coma. I was like, oh, this is a new one, isn't it?
Yep.
I just thought it was the same one.
It's still good. It's still real good, but
it's like similar. Like both can't be countered. I think Coma also had ward of some sort. Makes 3/3s. I kind of forgot what the other one did.
The other one's make a 3/3 at each upkeep, and then you can sack the 3/3s to either
give it hexproof or indestructible or something. I think it's indestructible.
Or to tap out some opponent's thing. But yeah.
And so when I was playing this, I was like, God, I remember this being so much better.
Right. You were playing this, you're like, this thing seems it is not good enough. Yes, all right. Then we do have like kind of random mishmash of other big things to put on board. AC does not have a ton of synergy here, but like these are just generically good abilities. Like old One Eye, not a lot of synergy, but you get 11 power toughness out of it.
Terror's cute. Just because of all the fatties plus the Cascade.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Yes. You're dealing a lot of damage with that. I support it. But okay, so that's what we've got here. Is very few low cost things, and all of them help to ramp you, and then big beaters and some support for Cascade and casting from exile. We've made a couple more exceptions to low cost to be able to ramp, And then again, big old honkin' spells at the top end here. And then Blasphemous Act is generically a good card. It's fine here. I would say maybe see if you can find a more specific board wipe here, because if you are dumping big creatures out, if you say you just had like a board wipe that does like, I don't know, 6 or something, that's probably you're probably not killing a bunch of your own stuff with that, but 13 will still kill all of your stuff. So that there might be some opportunity to make that more one-sided.
Like Heroic Intervention.
Yeah. That'll work. Yeah, more. Oh, okay. So Sychrith number 2 that I would say you should cut. We said cut the one in Kai's deck because it doesn't synergize with the ability that allows you to rebuild your board after a destructive board wipe. And this one, if you cascade into this, you can't even overload it. You just get your dinky 2 mana bounce 1 thing. So put in something that's bigger, because like certainly you don't want to. This is not in the deck to pay the 2 mana to bounce a thing. You're in here because you want to overload it. So find something else that's more impactful that has the big thing as its base, as opposed to a secondary cast. So just in case you cascade into it. On the other hand, Delayed Blast Fireball, very cute here because it cares about being cast from exile. Usually you're doing that by foretelling it, but you probably just have a million other ways to do that in this deck. So that one I like. Ramp, and then Erratic Portal to be able to bounce what's his face, Maelstrom Wanderer back to your hand to recast it. Because at that point, once you have 8 mana, the best thing that you can do is cascade twice for 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then again, Reefer Titan, I think this is just, hey, I found a thing that costs 7 that's pretty powerful. Put it in the deck. Okay. Yes, some enchantments that, again, Defense of the Heart. Yes, we've got so many big things that we can cheat out with this. Bigger on the inside gives you more cascade. And then Lurking Predators cheat more of your big stuff out. And if we can't cheat them out, then might as well double our mana and play them anyway. Cool. Some things that I noticed with this deck. I understand the instinct to put Growing Rites of Itlimoc in here because it's a guy's cradle on the other side, and we need lots of mana in the deck. But how often are we going to? How quickly do we get 4 creatures on board to be able to transform this thing? I don't think.
And by the time you get all 4 creatures, you probably don't need the mana as much.
Exactly. Yeah. We have so few little creatures. The only way that we're getting multiple creatures out is we've already cast Maelstrom Wanderer. We don't need that mana by that point. Yeah. Rhythm of the Wild, also not so hot on this in this deck. Because we're not going wide, so we're not getting a bunch of riot triggers. This is not boosting our stuff.
I kind of like it.
Yeah.
When you play Maelstrom and Cascade twice, and then you've got 3 8/8s, you know what I mean? And then they hit someone in the face on the same turn.
Yeah. Oh, all right. So now tell me, why is this good? What is it that allows you to hit people with it? So there's 8/8s.
They get haste.
Yes. And the line that everybody forgets about Maelstrom Wanderer is the first one: creatures you control have haste. That specifically is why I was like, I'm not so hot on this.
Well, you didn't lead with that.
You're very right that being able to just swing out
-1
would
point.
make this good.
-1 point.
But you've already got it at that point.
Crap.
It is maybe if you're in a meta of a lot of counters, but even if that is the case, who cares? Because if you're casting this, then you'll get the 2 cascades for 8 anyway. So they've got to counter 3 things. Because once this is on the stack, it's too late. Your cascade triggers.
I think the idea is just that like you're going to be casting some creatures that are not from Maelstrom Wanderer, but I don't think that's a good enough reason. You're not going to be casting enough of those for me to be happy about. I would rather have like I don't know, a Garruk's Uprising to draw for each of them. Like that sounds more relevant than giving a handful of creatures plus haste or whatever.
Yeah.
Unless you're wandering, which then you don't need it anymore, because you're right, I forgot about that ability.
Yeah. Okay.
I stepped in it.
Some other stuff here. So we are trying to minimize our low-cost spells. I am not totally confident that this deck is able to... by the time that you get Maelstrom Wanderer out, you're able to pay 8 mana, your opponents have done some stuff. So this maybe could benefit with a little bit more ramp. The ones that I thought of specifically were Somberwald Sage, which is a 3 mana, taps for 3, but you can only use the mana for creatures. Perfect. Love that.
Topiary Stomper seems like it would fit. It's a large enough creature, it ramps you.
Yeah.
So like, and it still works with like Terror and only costs 3.
Right. Yeah, that kind of stuff. That's what we're looking for. Gwenna, I think, is really good here. 3 mana, taps for 2. Again, I think it can only be used for creatures. But whenever you cast something that costs 5 or more, you untap it. So like, I think I would even like, I'd sub out like the Sakura Tribe Elder and the Delighted Halfling for those things. Because I'm still not, I still don't feel as bad if I cascade into those. Especially since Halfling is not helping us to cast anything that much faster.
What about like some of the growth spirals? Because they double up, they ramp you, they give you more cards, which help you hit those land drops. And if you cascade into them, they seem pretty good. There's a 4 mana one in addition to that 2 mana one.
Yes, I am very in support of that. I would make that change across the board, because for exactly the reason you said. This draws a card and then ramps you. If you hit one of these, that just sucks off of Cascade. This at least has replaced itself. And yeah, you have the one you're thinking of, the 4 mana one from like Strixhaven. There is a new one from Modern Horizons that is 2 mana. That is like, look at your top 4 and either put a land into play or put a card in your hand. Even Explore, just the card Explore would be great.
Ooh, it's cheap, but could we put loot in this?
I think, yeah.
You're gonna hit some big stuff.
You mean the new loot, right?
Yeah.
It can only put things into play
based on mana, and it takes 6 to activate. So you're gonna hit everything that's 6 or less, and then you just play another land. It hits your whole deck, right?
Wait. But it's not mana value. It has to have mana value less than the number,
equal to or less than the number of lands you have.
Okay.
And it costs 6 to activate. So at minimum, unless you're mana dork activating, which we're not interested in doing, but most of the deck here is 6, right? Except for starting here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, but you only need 1 more land, and then you can hit your whole deck.
Yeah, I see the argument for that. And then you get to play cool new cards.
And you need 8 anyway to play your commander, so you're still trying to get to 7 and 8 very quickly.
Right. Yeah, and if we're making the swap anyway to put more cards in that are putting more lands into play as opposed to dorks, then that supports that even more.
Yeah, loot would be so cool. You just, each turn you get a free idiot. And I like loot.
Yeah. I mentioned before that the top end of this is a little like kind of shot in the dark kind of things. Some of these like synergize very well, like Nalfeshni. Some of these are just kind of, oh, it's big old card. If you're looking to lean, like have some more synergistic choices, I think Other Atali is quite excellent here. because it's 7 mana, so you can cascade into it, and then immediately it ETBs, and you get the Atali ability to cast the top card of or the next spell on everybody's deck, including your own, which also means you're probably hitting something very big. Turn Timber Symbiosis is an MDFC that is 7 mana on the front side. It then looks at like your top 7 or something, and you put a creature into play for free. So that, I think, just helps to smooth this out a little bit more, to give you the like more options.
Yeah, lore man, everyone needs a big idiot every turn, and I have mine right here.
I'm a little idiot. Yeah, that's why we've had Malthound on the show often, right? Is we had the little idiot and we needed a big one.
That's right. Earlier in the stream, we did come to the conclusion that you are not thick.
Yeah. Trumpeting Carnosaur would also be a really good one in this deck. You're hitting it off of your Cascade and then being able to discover 5, which hits you another big old idiot. There's a second copy of this card that you could run called Crystal Shard. This is old tech. Although granted, Erratic Portal is probably older tech, but it is 3 mana and it has the exact same ability. You just have to pay blue mana instead of colorless. And then the other things that I can think of here, there's the new, I think it's Maelstrom Vortex from Modern Horizons 3. That's 4 mana. Whenever you cast a creature spell that costs 5 or more, discover something. I think it's either discover equal to its cost or discover 5. But that's, just extra value out of all of your stuff, because the cascades will also trigger it. And that might have been it. Oh, World Spell. Whenever I build a deck like this that is trying to cheat stuff out, I always like including World Spell, because sometimes things get stuck in your hand. Because here you're trying to cascade into them, so you need them in your deck, not in your hand. But the World Spell is a 7 mana enchantment that has, it's a saga. The first the first 2 chapters, I think, allow you to like draw cards or something. It's like look at the top cards and put one in your hand. But the last one is just put 2 permanents from your hand on the battlefield. So that is good at all stages, whether you cascade into it, and then you dump the stuff that was stuck in your hand onto the board, or later on if you have to cast it. Great.
Is that a good reason to put the boar in?
Ilarg? Yes.
He's a good cascade target, and then allows you outs for all of the ones you accidentally drew.
Right. And most of our big hits here are creatures, so he's got plenty of fodder. Yeah.
Point.
Those are my thoughts on this deck. I'm happy to see that it kind of threads a needle on like it's synergistic, but not just trying to do infinite Maelstrom Wanderer, which I think, if that's your thing, sure, but it sits in a really weird spot where it's like not quite strong enough to compete at like the top tables, but anything else it kind of destroys has been my experience. And this, I'm very happy to see that this is not that. And then yes, I would just lean in more to the cascade kind of thing with like Atali and Maelstrom Vortex and other things that help you to continue the chain. And then cutting some of these smaller spells for things that at least still give you some value if you happen to cascade into them. Cut Growing Rights, Rhythm of the Wild. Oh, my other cuts were Dax duplicate here. I don't think I'm missing anything. There's this, and there's a spell that copies something. And I'm like, yeah, if you, I suppose that if you're expecting to have something big on the board, and you clone them, great. But this is not a good clone target. I would rather just hit something big.
Let me drop the ad.
Oh, yes, but that's it. That's the deck.
Awesome. As a whole, is this something that you would see us running on the show?
It's tricky. I think we have done one of these, but I think it was Joe's deck, which was this and this, but only creatures. I think it's a tricky deck because either it goes off or it doesn't.
Someone's suggesting Monster Manual as a good backup for the cards that you draw as well.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That's I think a cool suggestion.
Yeah.
We had Monster Manual in today's episode.
Yeah, and in fact, one of our upcoming decks is another ideal Monster Manual deck. Not on the show, on the deck text today.
Oh yeah. I will say this is next week's one of next week's commanders. Santa Claus.
It's a terrible joke.
It was your joke. I just saw him and I got excited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Santa Claus is going to be on the Christmas episode, so look forward to that. He has a little Christmas hat on.
Yeah, and he's red and green.
So this is a deck we would play. Any changes that you, other than those cuts, that you would really recommend? Any themes you want to lean harder into?
I think if I was building this for the show, I would lean a little bit more into ramp, even if the ramp was not the best for the deck. Because as far as an interesting game goes, we wouldn't want the person playing this deck to get stuck on not being able to cast Maelstrom Wanderer, and it's still entertaining if they whiff. So I would go for like get the card out faster, and maybe they hit something bad, maybe they did something good. But yeah, that's I think the only change I would make.
All right. Well, you heard it, Wesley. Thank you so much. Don't forget to jump into the Discord if you want to discuss any of those recommendations. And thank you so much for being a patron. We really appreciate you supporting the channel. Next up, we've got Zand, who has submitted Nelly Borca.
I like that the Nelly Borca list is the one that got borked.
Well, they submitted incorrectly.
Was this the not Moxfield one?
I believe so. So that I didn't notice. I just copy-pasted it over from the enemy site and didn't notice that it didn't export correctly because Moxfield's the best site. Mm-hmm. You should just, they export correctly. Set to Commander. There it is. Haha.
Okay.
But yes. Yeah. Is that how it goes?
Kind of. I mean, that's kind of the joke. That's not the correct person.
That's the point.
But we did use this is the only one that we used the right soundbite for. Yeah, this is Nelly. This is Yes. Okay. This Nelly Borca deck. Zan said the idea for it was I'm gonna pretty straightforward. Have my opponents all fight each other until you can find the big old spell that makes everybody dead. And I think this commander is a lot of fun because I play this pre-con on the show. Mm-hmm. So, when Nelly attacks, you suspect target creature, and then you goad all suspected creatures. And suspect is just that creature cannot block and has menace. And then whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls deals combat damage to one of your opponents, you and the controller of that creature each draw a card. So I like this commander because it effects like goad can often make you the arch enemy because people don't like they're losing control of their creatures. But this says, hey, but I'm also giving you a card draw. And you don't lose anything. You're just not attacking me. You're attacking them, and you get to draw a card. So I think often that Nelly gets to do things that some of the other goad commanders don't get to. Or she at least lives longer. So a very low creature count, 16.
I noticed that. I was going to ask about it.
I think the hope here is that we don't need as many creatures if we are making our opponents attack each other. And the ones that we do have are pretty impactful. We have our own creatures that are getting donated around the board to attack people. So even if we don't get the chance to go their creatures, Alexios and Slicer just get handed out to people, and they have to attack other opponents.
Slicer's annoying.
We haven't done this on the show. I don't think.
I don't think so.
This is Slicer 2.0. Because this gets bigger every time. But yeah, they're both great here. Gisela is one of like kind of the game enders because it is doubling all damage that your opponents take.
We had a game on we had a game on the show where 2 people had Giselas. And so the other 2 players were getting like
quadruple damage.
It was so stupid.
Yeah, it seems pretty great here. We once again see Delny, who because Nelly is a 2 power, doubles both of those triggers, suspect 2 things when it attacks, and double hard draw for when your opponents hit each other. I like seeing another Aven Interrupter. The white mages are learning that interacting on the stack is cool and fun, and I'm glad they're getting some tools to do that. Yeah. So again, the low creature count, I think we're just trying to not get hit, so we're not worried so much about blockers. And even like we'll see later on, there are some things that are like, oh, we were wrong about that. We are about to get hit. No, just kidding. Selfless Squire is one of them. Prevent all the damage, and it makes itself huge according to how much damage you prevented. And we'll see others. Sorceries. Here's another game ender. Insurrection. Cool. I've made you all fight each other, and none of your stuff has been able to block each other itself because I've suspected them. Now I will take all of them and hit you and win. Taunt from the Rampart is kind of the same thing. This just cleaned up something. I don't remember. Maybe it was on the show. Maybe it was a spell table game.
This was the Tavern episode with Zebex.
Yes, that's right.
Now, I will say we got a lot of comments because it was misplayed. Kind of. So when we did this, goad all creatures your opponents control until your next turn. Those creatures cannot block.
Right. I
played a bunch of creatures I thought I couldn't block. So then I just let them kill me.
And see, it's maybe you get some opponents that way too.
Oops. So yeah, I was certainly dead to Zebex, but I could have survived Quincy, because Quincy was in between you and me, and didn't have enough to kill both of us if I could block with my new creatures.
Gotcha.
And Zebex still untaps and just killed me, so it didn't matter. Just made Zebex not have to commit, I guess.
Right. But yeah, in this case, goading all of your opponent's stuff and making it, even if it's just the creatures that are already on board not able to block, people will be taking each other out left and right. You have some other versions of this. Spectacular Showdown, which is great. Give everything double strike and also goad them. Mob Rule, gain control. This is mini... This is mini Insurrection. You either gain control of all the big things or gain control of all the little things. Great. Promise of Loyalty here and Tragic Arrogance, similar kinds of board wipes where you're eliminating everything except for a single creature for each player, and then Tragic Arrogance also does that for other permanents. I think Tragic Arrogance is a criminally underplayed board wipe. It is so powerful.
It hasn't been on the show since like episode 12.
Yeah.
So we don't even run it as much as we probably should.
I specifically choose not to run it as much because the best way to play it is to leave everybody with garbage. And that is not always the direction that we want games to go. Because it's hard for this to be also a proactive board wipe where like you are also left with only one thing of each, and even though your choices are going to be better, it does slow the game down significantly, but it's very good. I think more people should play it if they are okay with their games being a little bit longer. I don't know though how I feel about these in general for this deck, because they're sorcery speed, like most board wipes are, yes, but why do we want to wipe the board here? We want our opponents to have creatures.
Yeah.
And like, if we're in trouble, I'd rather have something at instant speed. I think the new like Final Showdown from Thunder Junction is an instant speed board wipe that is I think the same amount of mana to do it. And yeah, like Promise of Loyalty has some synergy here because the creatures that are left can attack you. But yeah, I'm conflicted with these choices here. Yeah, I feel like there are better, there's just better choices that could do what you're looking for. I'd rather have them at instant speed, or I would rather have them leave my opponents with more creatures. Let's see. Everything else here is pretty standard. So many instants. So many instants. Oh, right. Well, here's the Final Showdown. It is one more mana to be able to do it in instant speed. Let's see. We have more ways to punish our opponents for finally, if they're able to actually swing at us. And that I think that's more of the reason that I'm against these board wipes, because if there is that moment of somebody we weren't able to goad enough, or they played a bunch of creatures with haste or something, we have comeuppance and deflecting palm, and I think there's Teferi's Protection. We have plenty of ways to get out of this. Settle the Wreckage. Plenty of ways to get out of this that I think are better choices than the sorcery speed, make everybody sack stuff cards. I really like the choice of removal that still gives them a creature, like Generous Gift, Unexplained Absence, because you still have creatures to goad and for your opponents to hit each other with. Yeah, Stroke of Midnight, same thing, although 1/1 not nearly as relevant here. Yay, Boros deck interacting on the stack. You love to see it. Oh yeah, the Lapse of Certainty here as well. And Tibble Trickery. Yeah, it's great. It's great. You have a lot of tricks. Yeah, I mean it's a control deck at its core. You're just controlling a different aspect of the game than you're usually able to do, which is great. Okay, and then we have ramp, and a Wedding Ring. Okay. And then our enchantments, removal, Duelist Heritage, very funny because you can double strike your opponent's creatures and when they attack each other. Hot Pursuit, which is pretty specific, and was made to solve the problem of, oh no, it's down to a 1v1. Now my goad does not do anything.
Hi.
Hi.
Your girl says you smell.
Oh yeah. I tried to smell extra to get her to leave earlier, but
Mission
she made it through like at least she made it through a couple of them. Yeah, and then cards that do stuff. Great. So that is this deck. What were some of my thoughts? This is weird coming from me, but that's a lot of ramp. That is a lot of ramp.
Yep. That's true.
I don't know if we need this here. Like, I'm not so hot on Collector's Vault unless there's additional synergy with it in the deck, which I could not identify.
What's the curve look like?
We're a little bit more on the expensive side, but like not by that much.
So we like top out at 5, basically.
Yeah. We top out at 5. Our commander is 4.
So you never really want to draw more than 2 pieces of ramp in the game at
Right.
most.
Right. So I would cut some of this.
Maybe like 3 or 4 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know that we are actually drawing enough cards for these to be super relevant. And there is even a 3-mana. There's a 3-mana rock called Laser Screwdriver that can goad your opponent's creatures. So that I think is already just better than these. So I would at least replace them with that. But yeah, I don't feel like we need as much ramp here.
If we're playing Manolith, there's probably too much ramp.
Yeah. Yes. There seems to be a lot of goad cards missing from this for a deck that is very definitely all in on goad. There's no Disrupt Decorum, which is like the goad card, just 4-mana goad everything. There's Bothersome Quasit
Yep.
is not here. Geode Rager is not here, which is a hefty 6 mana, but its ability is landfall, goad all creatures an opponent controls. So like, I think this deck's game plan is to last that long that you could play it. So that seems really good.
Is there a reason for the Doorkeeper Thrall?
It is more of a control-y build, and it is not nerfing a lot of our stuff. It does hit some of it though.
Both the Pinnacle Monk and the Witch Enchanter.
Yeah.
And Lauren.
Yeah. Actually, and Selfless Squire and Dualcaster Mage. Yeah, this is a, if you want to run it, be careful, but it may be.
And Haven Interrupter.
Yeah. It maybe it's a meta choice, but I think I think that's a very reasonable cut here. A goad card that I like a lot is the Sound of Drums. It's 3 mana, I think. It's an aura. The creature the creature is goaded, but it also deals double damage. And you can pay like 3 to return it from your graveyard to your hand. Seems good for this. And I think what this is deals combat damage. Right, it's not double strike, it is just double damage, but I want to be able to give my opponents creatures in this deck, because what do you do if they don't have them? You do have Alexios and Slicer to be able to pass those around the table, but I feel like you miss out a whole lot if you're against like a Spellslinger deck or somebody that just does not have good targets for you to goad. or just doesn't have them at all. So there are the hunted creatures, hunted dragon, red, hunted Lamasu in white, that are very above rate creatures. Well, they were very above rate like 10 years ago, but they're very on rate creatures that also give your opponents creatures. The dragon, I think, gives them 3 2/2s, and Lamasu gives them like a 4/4 or something. There's Life of the Party, which I think gives everybody a copy of Life of the Party, and they automatically goad themselves.
There's that land when you tap it, it gives them a fairy or something. Is that in here?
Yes, I think that is not in here. Yeah, Forbidden Orchard.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I would want to have those in here. And then I think you have some more fun things that you can do to mess with your opponent's combats. There's a card called Bedlam that is 4 mana, enchantment, creatures cannot block. That's it. Like, yes, Nelly does suspect creatures, but it is 1 at a time. If just none of them can block, and you go, great, nothing can block, goad your stuff, sometimes that turns the game into a 1v1 very quickly. We have Gisela in here. Why not the Fiendish Duo, which is 6 mana to... it's just the first half of Gisela, which is the important one. Deal double damage to opponents from any source. And Aurelia, the Law Above from Karlov Manor, is, I think, when an opponent... or when anybody attacks with 2 creatures, you draw a card. And when anybody attacks with 4 more than 2, it's a number more than 2, you get to Lightning Helix.
Okay.
And it's like a 5/5 flyer for 5. Yeah, because I think that would be like a strict upgrade to Mangara, which only draws you cards if creatures attack you, which is
Never
the thing
happen.
that you don't want, the thing you are making not happen. Yes. And Curse of Opulence, I think, would be really good here. I'm happy to spend 1 mana to consistently make like 2 to 3 mana per rotation in gold. Yeah, that's this deck. I think I like the commander. I think there are a lot of really good choices here. I would say cut these board wipes because I want different options. Give me more goad, and find some ways to give your opponents creatures if you run into those decks that don't have good goad targets.
Did you make the Nelly sound?
Nerd Girl went, yeah, and I was like, that's...
Okay.
I was like, okay, yeah. But I did give them one. Oh.
Perfect.
Okay, that's that one.
Am I excited for the unbanning of Splinter Twin? No. I think that it's probably not going to be very good in Modern, but at least every BNR announcement, people will stop buying Splinter Twins, speculating on it being unbanned.
Okay, next deck. Okay, this is I think a first for the deck techs. This is a resubmission. We had this deck. We had a form of this deck on last month's deck tech. It had a heavy artifact and equipment sub theme to it, and in short, we were like, don't like it. That's it. It kind of clashed with a lot of what the deck was trying to do. So BigDaddyMagic has brought it back after our suggestions. So commander is Eladamri, the new one. look at your top card, and you can cast creature spells from the top, and you can pay 1 and tap 2 additional untapped creatures you control to reveal a creature from your hand or the top card of your library and put it into the battlefield for free.
Okay. Oh god, there's going to be a top.
I mean, there has to be, right?
Yeah.
So the new direction for this is more straightforward. We are just trying to put really big problematic creatures onto the board for free or cheap, and be able to do that maybe multiple times by untapping Eladamri and having additional creatures available. Specifically, BigDaddyMagic wanted this to be able to kind of hang with the biggest of the big beatdown style decks. It's like, hey, if we can go toe to toe with like Eldrazi, then we're doing it right.
All right.
So we have 55 creatures because that's the only kind of thing that Eladamri can cheat out. So I think that's reasonable. But we are going to talk about how I don't think it's enough, but we'll get to that. So many dorks.
All the 1-mana dorks I think are really good.
All the 1-mana dorks I think are really good. I agree.
Because it lets you cast your commander on 2.
Yes. It allows you to cast your commander on 2, and they are bodies that you can tap for Eladamri's second ability as well.
Sure.
We have some ways to untap in Quarian Ranger, Seeker of Skybreak, Scrib Ranger, something else. But yes, gives us additional activations of Eladamri. We have a couple tutors. Fierce Empath and Fauna Shaman help us to find the big stuff if we don't already have it in hand. Monvoli Beast Tracker. I think this was in the original version as well, but this is especially cute here because it tutors the creature to the top of the deck. And then we see a lot of other like utility creatures, but with specifically those abilities on bodies like Rex Sage and Eternal Witness, Wayward Swordtooth, because we need stuff to be able to tap. You need to be able to tap Eladamri and 2 other creatures every time you want to cheat something. And then we get to the top end. Big old honking creatures. I do like that a lot of these have impact on the board, like Titan of Industry. I count Old Gnawbone because you are then swinging with stuff that you already had on board to make a bunch of treasures. Some of these are drawing cards or like destroying creatures.
How many tutor effects do we have? Like loot kind of counts. I assume we have Green Sun Zenith. We have the other creature the Monvoli Beast Tracker, I think it was.
Yeah, we have Beast Tracker, Fauna Shaman, Empath. I don't think it's a lot more than that though.
Because these utility, like these normally just bad creatures that are toolboxy, are only good if you have a way to go into your toolbox.
That's true. We also have Worldly Tutor and I think Sylvan Tutor. Yeah. Which put them on top.
I do love Green Sun Zenith. It's topical. It was unbanned. And it's basically a Llanowar elf if you have a Dryad Arbor.
Yeah.
So at minimum, if you have Dryad Arbor, it's a Llanowar elf, and at best, it's another way to tutor big dumb creature into play.
Yeah. I agree. Okay, you know, I'll get to my one big point now since we're kind of on it. So we have 55 creatures, 12 artifacts, 3 enchantments, bunch of lands, but only 2 sorceries and 1 instant. They are good. We have 2 tutors, which get you whatever you want, and we have Last March of the Ents, which probably wins you the game with all the stuff that you put on the board. But what if I told you if we removed these 3 cards, we could add a card that says 8 mana, win the game.
8 mana?
6 maybe? I think it's 8. I don't remember.
Okay, you've got my attention.
So this is 3 cards away from being a Primal Surge deck, which is reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent, put it into play. Repeat the process until you hit a non-permanent.
Okay. And if you have like Concordant Crossroads, then the entire board just gets haste and you win?
Right. And we also have Sirach and Goreclaw here, which could do the same thing, but you could include a Crossroads. There's other things that you can do with it. Yeah, you just need either a source of haste or some other way to convert your entire deck into win. But I am not sure that it is the right choice for this. But as soon as I saw 2 sorceries in one instant, I'm like, that's so close. Because if we're this low, we've decided we don't want more tutors than this, which would be good, from your other point of we have a lot of toolbox kind of cards that we only want in certain instances, so why not run more tutor stuff?
I feel like I want to lean more into like a Convoke style of thing anyway. Like your commander pays things off, is a tap outlet itself. It's a sneaky way to pay for effects that protect your commander, which I think is pretty important because this deck is, if the commander isn't in play, you are in serious trouble. Almost certainly. And I think we got some green survivor stuff from Duskmorn, right? I haven't seen any of that, but your commander just has a way to make sure that stuff gets tapped without having to go into combat as well.
Yeah, it seems real good for Kona.
Yeah.
It seems real good for Kona. Yeah, so I think I'd want to go one of two directions with it. Personally, I would have a good time knowing that I had a Primal Surge deck. I would go that direction, but the deck is probably better adding more tutors or ways to get through your stuff. But I don't know. Yeah, we do have a top. Manipulating the top card of the library, very important. We still have some remnants of the original build of this deck, which was very artifact and equipment centered. And then our only enchantments are Burgeoning, which is generically good, and then draw cards and cheat big stuff. We have Strip Mine and Wasteland because Big Daddy said that Glacial Chasm is very prominent in the local meta.
Sure.
And on top of that, we to go along with those, I believe we have a Ramatep Excavator, and a Zusa.
And Wayward Swartooth. I was wondering what these extra land effects were for.
Yes.
Because the whole point is that you don't want to have a bunch of mana in play.
Right. I cannot imagine a meta where Glacial Chasm is overrunning things so much that you need all of that.
They only have one, right?
Right. I feel like having just the Strip Mine and Wasteland in the mana base should be fine.
All of that and no Besechu.
Right. Like I think with just the knowledge that it is in the meta. Yes, also and Ancient Green Warden, wherever it is. With just that knowledge, I would cut that whole package out. Like, I would if you really needed more, just replace lands. Just make it Wasteland, Strip Mine, Demo Field, Field Ruin. But I feel like taking up so many slots in the deck. just for that is, I don't know. Not for me.
You know what this feels like? It feels like someone won a game,
Mm-hmm.
either by getting a surprise glacial chasm at the last minute,
Yeah.
or someone won a game by surprise killing a glacial chasm at the last minute, and that institutional memory is still there, and all decks after that have to be able to do it with consistency.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about what else I saw that's a little subtler here. What do you do against board wipes in this deck?
Yeah, conspicuously no heroic intervention here.
Yeah. You've got no heroic. You have no real good way to rebuild because all of your ramp is also on bodies. Like the only ramp that does not get hit by a board wipe is these three.
Is there a way to like give mass regenerate?
Yes. There's Wrap and Vigor, 2 mana, regenerate your creatures.
There's definitely a Convoke spell that protects your stuff.
There is, but it's in white.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be my biggest fear in this deck, is I've gotten to do the thing, but you're not like putting a I win the game kind of combo onto the board. You've still got to get the job done. Like you're counting on my things are just much bigger and I'm able to pump out problems. But if I don't know what happens if you get board wiped. So I would definitely have both of those and try and figure out if there was another sort of if there was something else that you could do, because we're not even ramping that aggressively. So it's not like, oh no, you killed all my stuff, I can just continue to now play my big beaters from hand. Yeah, but I don't necessarily know what that is outside of those 2 cards.
So that to me suggests that you want a win the game button. You want to be able to win the turn you go off, because protecting your board is going to be very difficult in mono green.
Yeah, I think that's hard. I think that's also hard to do. I think I am okay with if there were it sounds weird to say, if there were more things like foreign Klex that at least punish people for doing that and gave me time to rebuild. But I just don't know what those things are here.
There's no green effect where it's like a creature you control dies, deal damage to any target.
No, you could include. It's from Ixalan, Skullspore Nexus. That would leave you with, I think, one very, very large creature. It's just when one or more creatures you control would, or one die, make an XX equal to total power and toughness.
Is there a toolbox creature that gives your board indestructible or something that you could search for with Zenith or the XXX spell? Like
in the chat, Mr. Buzz, it's not great, but I don't think you have a lot of options. Soul of New Phyrexia is, I believe, 3. It might be 5 mana. It's either 3 or 5 mana ability to give all of your stuff indestructible, but it works on the board or from the graveyard. But yeah, I think you just want some more options to be able to do that thing. What did I... some other ways to untap that you might want to consider. I really like Legolas's quick reflexes here, because it doubles as... It triples here. So it untaps your creature for 1, so you can do another Eladamri activation. It gives hexproof and has split second, so it is protection for whatever you want. And it gives the creature, when this taps, for the rest of the turn, deal that much damage to target creature. So you can there's so much you can do with that, because with many of these creatures, that is kill whatever you want on the board when you go to combat, and they can't be like, oh, kill it in response, because you've split second hexproofed it.
Fight rigging comes to mind here as well.
Yeah.
Like that sword tooth plus fight rigging seems really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I was also thinking of creatures like Voyaging Satyr or Hope Tender or whatever to be able to untap your lands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, we did have a mission. This is 110 cards. So here are my cuts. We'll start with the controversial one, coming from me. Cut a Forest. It's 36 lands in a deck that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1-drop mana dorks. I think you're fine. Like, we're not trying to go big mana here. We only need a little to get this to work.
Cut 2 and add a Besage.
Sure, there, yeah. Where are you?
He still smells.
Ooh, I think this is not needed here. Regrower. One, Timeless Witness is just straight up better than this card. And two, I don't think the recursion. I don't think we need a ton of it, because if our stuff dies, we should have just more threats ready to go.
Sorry, what's the commander?
Eladamri. This is the resubmission of Eladamri from last month.
Okay.
The update. I mentioned before that I don't think that you need the whole loop your strip mine package in here. So I would cut Ancient Green Warden and like Dryad, and I think you could cut like pretty much the whole thing out, but those are the two where I'm like, if you really want to keep it, I don't think you need those, because you don't need the half of Dryad. You only are playing it for an additional land drop. Green Warden, you are getting very little out of this other than play cards from your graveyard. Bleh. Other things, I don't think the Primordial Sage is worth it here, because I don't want to spend 6 mana for this. And if this is what you're cheating in with Eladamri, I think that's also a problem. You don't need a ton of card draw, since you have so many single cards that are high impact that I don't think that this is necessary. This deck originally was very artifacty, very equipmenty, and we said, that seems at odds with what the deck's trying to do. Mm-hmm. Even with the update, I still think that you cut some of this. I don't think that Hammer of Nazan is any good here anymore. It was, in fact, better in the original one, because there were more equipment that you were cheating the equip cost of. But here, we only have 1, 2, 3... 4 artifacts that I care about cheating the cost on, because equip 0, equip 1, I will pay that. But if you want to keep these in, I think the Hammer of Nazan is not worth it to skirt those equip costs. I had Rex Sage on my cut list. Only because you have a lot of ways to deal with artifacts and enchantments in this. So this, I found this to be the weakest one here, because all of the other ones are pretty impactful, even if you don't have an artifact or an enchantment that you want to deal with, like Kogla, Silverback Elder. All of the other ones have different options if you don't need to destroy something, but Rex Sage is kind of dead if you don't have a good target for it. And you just have so many ways to deal with artifacts and enchantments. Then of the big boys, the Earthquake Dragon reduces its cost by number of dragons that you control, but the only other one in the deck is Old Gnawbone. Or the only two are Old Gnawbone and Ancient Bronze Dragon. So I felt like that's not really worth it. Like, sure, it's a 10-10 flying trample. That's strong. But
would we be better served with, half the cost, 7/7?
Right. Or
flying trample, whatever.
And additionally, this deck is 110 cards, so we have to find some cuts. So that, I think, just can come straight out. And the other big one that I thought we could cut was what? Hydra Omnivore. Maybe you have a different experience playing this, but nobody lets this hit them. This is only good if you get through on somebody with it. And nobody wants to do that. It's very chumpable.
Do we have like Trample or Rogue's Passage or things like that to justify something? Because it's cute.
It's cute.
I'm always happy with a few cute things where it's like, if I do this thing, it makes me happy. Mm-hmm. And if that's the thing that makes you happy, but I agree, you need some way to get it in.
Right. And I think that's I always support that in general. So if like that's just your pet card, keep it in. But
well, I agree, but you need to have like the Rogue's Passage.
Right. There are, in my opinion, not enough ways to do it.
Okay.
You have like Goreclaw to give trample, but it only deals damage equal to the amount that it hit for. So it's still like half chumpable at that point. I think there were like maybe two other ways to get it through, but it did not feel I think they were all trample.
Okay. In a mono green deck, I feel like Rogue's Passage and stuff is just so easy.
Yeah. It is not here.
I mean, that's like the first thing I look for when I have Galta and like Blightsteel Colossus. They trample, but I don't want to give them an option.
Yes. So those are my cuts. I had Forest, Elvish Regrower, the package of Ancient Green Warden, Dryad of Elysian Grove, Ramanap Excavator was the other one in that package that I thought you could take out. Primordial Sage, because too expensive for the card draw that gives. Hammer of Nazan, Earthquake Dragon, Hydra Omnivore, Rex Sage is the 10. For me.
Okay. And that was our assignment, was to help with cuts.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
But yeah, I like the deck. I think this is a huge improvement over the previous one. And then just maybe think about what to do about the instant and sorcery thing. There's only 3 in the deck. They could go one of two ways: either cut all 3 and replace with Primal Surge, which is the cool thing to do. Because it is a 1 card win the game because you've built your deck in a specific way, and I support that. Or put more in. You could really use a Heroic Intervention and a Rapid Vigor and some other stuff in here. One of those.
Okay. As submitted, I think I remember this one. Didn't this had like the little equippy mana dork too? Mm-hmm. That was up here in like the 2-drop slot.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I do remember that feeling very disjointed, and it does look a lot better. I actually thought this was a totally different deck. Mm-hmm. As is this a similar power level to what we would play on the show?
I think so. My only worry would be we would definitely shuffle this up, hand it to somebody that's not one of us, that is willing to play a little meaner, and they would drop Vorinclex on like turn 4. We'd be like, oh. But I think aside from that, I would probably, or they'd like Blightsteel somebody on turn 4. So those I think are the outliers here, and we'd also need somebody who could be responsible with their Sensei's Divining Top. I think there's the only 3 cards in the deck that I was like, these are not as show friendly, but
yeah, I think you have countered more Sensei's Divining Top than any other card, because you're like, I don't want to edit that. All right, so this is the resubmission from BigDaddyMagic. Thank you so much, Cheaty McCheatface. I like that. That's a good name for a deck.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being a patron, helping us stay weekly for 2025. Really appreciate it, BigDaddyMagic. We see you commenting here in the chat.
I'm gonna run and get some water. Get back.
I hope everything is going well with you. I know you had some big stuff going on today. We really appreciate you coming to check out the deck tech, and I hope things all went well. Anybody who is just joining us, we've got viewers on Twitch as well as 40 viewers on YouTube. These are our patron deck techs. So this is patrons of a certain tier can get deck techs every single month. You can submit your deck list to be played on the show. You get signed tokens, all sorts of cool perks for being a part of our Patreon at various tiers. Yeah, so if this is a thing that interests you, then feel free to click the link in the description and head on over to our Patreon to check it out. And what else? Oh, note, I know a lot of patrons watch these, so your patron Christmas cards and cards are going out. I just printed out all of the addresses, and they're going out on Friday. I've spent the last 2 months handwriting cards, so I hope you guys get those very, very soon. Sorry if this was already mentioned, but Kona might be a decent addition because he wants to be tapped. Oh, yeah. That's cute. That is a new card. I'll, bring that up with Veggie for sure. What was I saying else? I was saying there was one more thing I wanted to go over about patrons, but I forgot. Anyway, thank you guys all for being a part of our Patreon and just the live show. Being here is a great way to support the channel. Someone recommend Kona for getting cards in.
Yes. I think we like very briefly touched on that while Airball was here, but yeah, ideal because Eladamri can tap it.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on. The next deck submission is from Red, one of our longtime patrons, and this is a Doctor Who duo. We got Susan Foreman and the Fifth Doctor.
Yes.
You built a lot of Doctor Who stuff.
I have not. Well, I kind of built this one. Have we done this episode? I don't know what we did. I know I've built a Fifth Doctor deck for the show, but I don't know if we've...
I can tell you what we've done.
Because I did Fifth Doctor and Vehicles, but I don't remember who the companion was. It was not Susan Foreman.
We'll keep talking while I look, because I can't search on my phone, but I could probably tell you if we've played this.
Gotcha. Okay, well, yes, the Reds deck is the Fifth Doctor, who at your end step you put a counter on each creature that did not attack or enter the battlefield this turn, and you untap all of them as well. And then Susan Foreman is just a 2-mana dork in the command zone. Her other ability cares about planeswalking, so if you're doing plane chase, that's cool, but most people are not, and I don't believe that this deck was designed for plane chase.
The Fifth Doctor not on my list.
At all? Does this include ones that we have not released?
It does not include ones we have not released, but I feel like I know we don't have that many. I know all of these ones. So I don't think this has been on the list.
What am I thinking of? I definitely made a Doctor deck that was Vehicles. You played it.
I do remember that. That had red in it. What would that have been? But I just typed in Fifth Doctor and nothing came up. Unless he was not marked as the primary commander.
Yeah, because there was also a companion, but...
I feel like I would have put the Doctor in this slot, though. I don't know.
Do all of you remember if we released this episode?
It's none of these. It's not Lord of the Rings. It's not Typal. It's not All Elves. Best precons, Christmas, Dinos, 1 mana, 2 mana, under 3,200, Universes Beyond, community decks. That's it. I don't think if
it must be out then. It must be out. Anyway, I built at some point, show or not, I built a deck that was the 5th Doctor, but not green companion, and it was vehicles. And this deck is the game plan is play Mana Dorks because they work really well with the 5th Doctor, since you are you tap them for mana, and then at the end of your turn, the 5th Doctor untaps them all, puts counters on them. You can use the mana again. And then once they are large enough to pilot your big old vehicles that you've played, you use them to crew it. That is the main game plan of the deck.
I think you're just crazy.
No, you said you remember playing it.
No, I did not. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control that didn't attack. Oh, I do remember that ability, though. Oh, I think I do remember that ability. I don't think it was vehicles, though. Oh, I vaguely do remember that ability, though.
Right.
I remember not being able to attack with something. Ah, he's right here. Budget restrictions. What did I play? How is it not listed here, though? 64. Oh, this is just not up to date. I just haven't added the last 20 decks.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yes, it makes sense that it was red, though, because I think I leaned much harder into the vehicle side of things, as opposed to the Mana Dork side of things that red has done here.
My commander is...
Oh, Perry Brown, yeah, because you could give your vehicles Convoke.
There you go, mystery solved.
Okay. Anyway, here's what we've got.
Oh, Red beat me to it. Knows exactly when we played it.
All right, so I like this game plan. I think this is a good idea with this. So play Mana Dorks early. They get pumped up by the 5th Doctor while you play whatever you want. You play some big vehicles, and you happen to then have the large creatures you need to crew those vehicles. Cool. So we see a lot of the dorks, great. But some of the other ones I think are pretty good includes as well. Giver of Runes means that you get double duty out of this. On your turn, give one of your things protection and swing at somebody. And then the Doctor at the end of your turn will untap it, so you still have it ready to protect from removal. Great. Love that.
Have a good night, H4. Sorry for not talking to you enough. We are doing patron deck techs, so we try not to interrupt and talk on each other too much. But sorry, we did not give you enough attention.
Let's see.
See, I totally messed up his train of thought.
There's some light counter synergy here as well, since the 5th Doctor puts counters on everything. So you get a free powered up Incubation Druid. Gyre Sage gets bigger and bigger, taps for more mana. Dusk Legion Duelist draws you cards. Great. I really like the Twitching Doll here because it taps for mana, putting a counter on itself, but then also the 5th Doctor puts a counter on it. And when you use that last ability to make a 2/2 for every counter on it, it counts both of those. It doesn't care what kind of counters you put on it. So you will end up making a bunch of spiders with this. You have some other tap abilities that you're going to get some extra uses out of, like Emery, which can help you to get to your vehicles or bring them back. Socrates is a lot of fun, which means that you can activate this on your turn to draw you cards from one of your attacking things, and then have them ready on your opponent's turn to convert like that if somebody swings at you.
That was your Halloween. commander.
Yeah. That's a good time. And then this is like the perfect Rip Spawn Hunter deck. Because you want stuff to be tapped, Doctor untaps it, and this is going to continue to find you your big vehicles. Cool. Not much in the way of instants and sorceries, but I really like the split up here since you have so much control over what creatures you have that are tapped or untapped. So for 3 mana, you're getting a very one-sided board wipe out of this.
That is nice.
Yeah. The Raise the Past, nice use of that. This was the card I was thinking of back on the Bears deck. But, yeah, this brings back a lot of your creatures. I do struggle a little bit to see. I'm not sure that this is worth it because the only thing that it brings back is dorks. There aren't a lot of things here aside from maybe like Marvin or Miriam that's super high impact, and it's still not a ton of cards because we've sacrificed creature slots for vehicle slots, which does not bring back. I do like the Wave Goodbye here, since all of your stuff is going to have counters on it all the time because of the Doctor. In fact, you probably should be running Damning Verdict as well, which is 1 more mana, destroy each creature without a +1/+1 counter on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wave Goodbye, I think that was the game winner from the Ixalan Precon game.
Yeah.
Something like that. I think that card's insane.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay, instance. Yes, we just have is interaction, pretty standard interaction package, some counters, some protections, some removal. Nothing crazy.
Looks like a good spread.
Yeah. Yay! This is one of my preview cards. I like to see it played because it's not great. It does the job. But it's 2 blue pips in a 3-color deck, and you have to give an opponent a card to be able to properly counter everything that's not a creature spell. But it's funny, and I like it.
Wait, why are we using that instead of just regular counter?
Exactly.
I assumed counter was also in here, and we were doing like more, because you would run it if you want more.
Right. It's.
But it's just worse.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think there is a reason that it is here other than they wanted to play the card. But yeah, it's just straight up worse than Counterspell if you're not running Counterspell already.
Okay. Agatha's Soul Cauldron is a cool add for counters.
Yes. All of your stuff is going to end up with counters on it already, so this eating one thing suddenly gives you a lot. Let's see, what good payoffs do we have, though? So giving everything the Emery ability is pretty decent, but that does have fall off at a certain point. Giving everything Giver of Runes would be very good.
Oh, does it do something more than it does in Limited, where it just puts counters on cards for eating their graveyard?
Oh yeah.
Oh, my bad.
It does win the game things.
I know what cards do in Limited. I don't know what they do in Constructed all that well, because that part of the text isn't relevant.
Often what it does is make an infinite combo that wins you the game, but I don't think that's here. I think this is a pretty honest Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Like, I guess you could give everything the Kami Whisper Hope's ability to make a ton of mana, but yeah, I don't think we are comboing with it. I think it's just a solid include. And here's our garage, the suite of vehicles that we're including here. If we're going big vehicles, you have to have Parhelion. Rolling Hamsphere, I think, is great. Yeah, we just have a bunch of big vehicles. Because it synergizes with the deck. It's what we're trying to do. And we're not worried about the high costs of them because we're playing a ton of Mana Dorks.
How many creatures do we have? I really like it. I don't know if it's any good, but how many creatures do we have that I think are 2 power or less, or 2 CMC or less. There's the mech that when it attacks, you get to bring one back out of your graveyard. The something. Imperium something. But it might not be relevant. We might not have that many creatures that are like it would bring back all of this. I'm pretty sure it's 2 CMC, so it's like these 2.5 rows of creatures. It's I think 3 mana, 2/3. When it attacks, you bring a 2 CMC creature back.
I'm assuming that this is reasonable draft uncommon from Kamigawa.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it is, but
chat, help us out.
I think it would be reasonable, but this deck is more focused on very large vehicle as the payoff, as opposed to general vehicle synergy.
Someone in chat's asking if we hit our extra life goal. We just finished the charity auction stuffs. Aha! Imperial Recovery Unit. 3/4 for 3. When it attacks, return target creature with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. I thought it crewed for 1, but this accrues for 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're not super worried about the crew costs of any of the vehicles since we're pumping our creatures up constantly. I think it's fine.
It could even get your the assistant back if you put her in the bin.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a draft uncommon.
Yeah, I think it has a lot of targets in the deck, but I think Red's focus here is more on big vehicles as your payoff later, as opposed to the synergy for smaller vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah, those seem good. Cool. Reconnaissance. Why are you here?
I'm guessing so you could tap your creatures with it and keep them safe.
Well, but this untaps them.
Oh, I didn't. I thought it was just remove it from combat is the part I read.
Yeah,
Vigilance for vehicles is what Red is saying.
Okay.
But if it removes it from combat,
That's...
I guess you're doing it after damage.
But you don't need it if you have the 5th Doctor. But you don't need the Vigilance because he will untap them. Oh, wait, no, but that didn't attack. Okay. Yeah,
It's just after damage, you just pull it back.
That's fine, I think. I wouldn't feel as concerned about needing to give my vehicles Vigilance, but I guess if you are concerned about the crackback, I mean, you end up with a bunch of very large mana dorks that are all untapped at the end of your turn. So if you're looking for things to change, I think I'd be looking at this one. Yeah. Cool. Turn any of your things. Well, how many? Oh, you always have a 2 mana legendary creature, so you can always put this on your companion. That's fine. Yes. Okay. Leyline of Anticipation. Great here. I think we had one other flash speed enabler somewhere. Yeah, High Fate Trickster, new from Foundations. Those are very good here because you're untapping all of your mana dorks at the end of your turn. I think you should have more. Because that gives you so much more to work with in this deck.
And if you're going to do that, you could have also Seedborn Muse.
Sure, yeah.
If you're going to go for more instant-y things. Wrath lets you play historic spells at instant speed.
Yes. That is on my list.
Sorry about that. I'll pull it back.
But yes, the two I think for sure you could add here are Vidalcan Orrery, just 4 mana artifact that gives you can cast with flash, and Columbo, Final Word Phantom, which is only 3 mana. It's just that you only get flash at the end step. But I mean, that's fine. We just want to make use of our extra mana. So I would definitely include more ways to be able to cast at instant speed. Yeah, lands look good. Okay. So Red said that this deck needs more of a plan B on what do I do if the make large mana dork, play big vehicle game plan does not work out. Here are my thoughts. Seems like a real good deck for Simic Ascendancy. Because that is putting counters on itself whenever you put counters on your stuff. And the 5th Doctor sees like, great, you've got 5 creatures out, put a counter on each of them. So that's 5 counters on Simic Ascendancy. And Simic Ascendancy has a mana sink built into it. You just pay 3 mana, put a counter on something. So you're untapping all of your mana dorks at the end of your turn. You can just then, if you have nothing else, sink that into that.
Ozolith?
Ozolith, yeah, Ozolith is great in any deck that you're putting counters on.
And so it's like a backup win con because it doesn't work.
Dump it onto a flyer or something.
Llanowar Elf.
Right.
20.
Yeah, that kind of I think that totally works. Or Halo Fountain.
Oh.
Because you can use the Halo Fountain on your turn, tap I don't remember which way it is. It wants to untap your stuff, I believe. So you can tap all your dorks for mana, use the Halo Fountain to untap them, tap them again for mana, and then I don't know. You are going wide and it gives you more untaps. I don't think that you get to 15.
Well, it gets itself to 15.
Okay, right, because it makes one once,
Makes,
right?
yeah. I mean, it's a backup plan.
Yeah.
And it's always good to have more little poopers for crewing. You know, you run out your hand, your opponents clear your board, but you still have your vehicles left.
Right. Because I assume if this plan has not worked, then the game is like kind of either stalled or nobody has anything. So it's probably good in that situation. But that's if you want like some alternate win con options. The other two that I was thinking of were because I was trying to think, okay, what does it look like if this deck is like gets stopped? And I was like, maybe you can't get your vehicles through. Is the other problem? Like, okay, you've got your big dorks, you've got your vehicles, but you're now people have got maybe bigger creatures than you or something. How about a Herald of Secret Streams? All of your creatures with +1/+1 counters on them are unblockable. Or Champion of Lambholt. You're playing a lot of smaller creatures, and the Doctor is pumping the Champion of Lambholt up himself, so that eventually allows all of your stuff to be unblockable and get through.
I like the Herald of Secret Streams. I hate him in a Merfolk deck because it just seems unfair. But in a typical counters deck, I don't know. I like him more.
There we go.
He makes me less angry.
Yeah. So there are some options to give you additional angles, or just more to emphasize your current ones. I think the last things I had for this deck were a couple cards to consider. I like to play Anchor to Reality in any deck that's got big old honkin' vehicles, because Tinker's a cool card. Bless you.
Sorry.
And I don't know, just that is a thing that would make me very happy to be able to pay 4 mana, sacrifice a dork, and put a Parhelion into play from my library. So maybe that. There is an instant called Ripples of Potential, which I believe was also in the Merfolk deck. That is, I think it is proliferate and then phase out anything that you put counters onto, and it only costs 2 mana. So that can save everything. That saves at least all of your dorks. I think it's a little tougher to save the vehicles, but I think like some of them put counters on themselves, or if you use them to crew each other, then the Fifth Doctor will eventually put counters on them. But for 2 mana, just to save all of your creatures and pump them up, seems very good. The last 2, Sandwell Avenger Ace. I don't remember what this card does exactly. I just remember it being pretty good for this. Okay. Yeah, 2 mana, 3/1. As long as an artifact creature you control is attacking, so a vehicle, prevent all damage that would be dealt to Sandwell Avenger Ace. And then when Sandwell becomes tapped, exile the top 6 cards of your library. You may cast a vehicle or artifact creature spell from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. Yeah, because this deck seems a little light on card draw, card selection.
He seems like he misses a fair amount, though. Like, this is a big vehicle deck, but it doesn't have as many vehicles. Or that many artifacts. It's got a decent amount, but, like, you know.
Yeah, because, I mean, to support that, he doesn't hit just artifacts. He only hits artifact creatures.
Yeah.
So,
and vehicles, but and you do have a good amount of vehicles for a deck, but it's not a ton.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
So I don't hate it.
17, 18, 19, 20.
More than I thought.
21. 21, and he looks at 6.
That's more than I thought. I would have guessed like 15.
Yeah. Worth checking out at least.
Also,
I was just
he's just a 2-drop that crews for 3.
Yeah.
Which is like pretty strong on its own for the deck, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, incidentally, a lot of these things, like, he's a free attacker. If you've got a vehicle, good for crewing, cares about becoming tapped, yeah, might be worth a try.
Yeah.
And then the last one is Well Rested from Fallout. Here we go. Enchant creature has, whenever this creature becomes untapped, put 2 counters on it and gain 2 life and draw a card.
What? Why? Can you imagine putting that on like a mana dork with like a Seedborn Muse?
Yeah, or your commander that is small Seedborn Muse. Now it is only once per turn, though, so the Seedborn Muse is significantly better with it. But
once per round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. That card. That's why it's a $5 uncommon, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fallout, so the rarities don't matter anyway. But yeah, I will give that a shot. Even if you only get it once per round, that's pretty good.
It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Especially because we want counters on stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're guaranteed to have a mana dork on too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my ones to consider.
Final thoughts on the deck, Veggie? Would this be something we play on the show?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, we may or may not have had an episode where we played this commander in a very similar style, but with Jeskai instead of Bant. And I think these are a lot of the directions that I went in as well. But this one, I think the mana dork, like growing your mana dorks, is a really interesting way to approach this. And like, it takes a thing that's already very good, which is play mana dorks, and turns it into a win condition with the vehicles on the top end. Like, that's cool. I really like it.
Yeah, it looks like a really fun build. Thank you so much, Red, for submitting and being a patron. We really do appreciate your support. Thanks for helping us stay weekly. Next up is my vote for best name, submitted by Tarbeast. It's I Like Turtles, because I also like turtles.
I believe this deck was submitted specifically for you for your birthday.
Oh, really? Oh, only turtles. Can we count crabs for Nerd Girl?
That is my personal note.
Oh, I see.
But this deck itself is only turtles.
Oh, I didn't know it was
Strictly
submitted for me.
Only turtles. And so one of my thoughts going through it was like, oh, this is very cool. But if the intent is for Nerd Girl, I wonder if we can include some crabs as well, because they would be very good in this deck.
I do love crabs too. And he's one of my new favorite cards.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Oh, okay. So now
does
that
some stuff.
Now that I know that this deck is made for me, let's take a look. What's my commander doing?
Your commander is the biggest turtle of them all. This was from Mirza Karlov Manor. It costs less for the bigger butts that you have. And then you can, for 4 mana, give a creature +1/+0. When it deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its toughness. And it removes Defender for the turn.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it costs 11 mana. That is a lot of mana. But when you can drop the cost by 5 for a single mana.
Yeah. Well, all your turtles are going to drop the cost by a lot.
Right. Yeah. So like very frequently you were able to get this out like turn 4 or so and have mana left over. All right. So it is strictly only turtles. So that means we were playing some pretty bad cards.
I love them.
So
Dragon Turtle, he's so cool.
Dragon Turtle, I think, is one of the more reasonable cards here because it does things.
And the green shell. Oh, I love him.
Yeah, yes, wherever that is.
The one I showed you.
Oh, yes, that thing. But it does mean we're also playing some stuff like Horn Turtle, which is a middle 1/4.
It's I have that card. I have all these cards. I collect turtles, the bees and jellyfish, and crabs.
Look at this guy. It's a 2/4 for 3, but it can't attack if it attacks last turn.
I have him too. I could just build this deck probably.
Right. But yeah, we have a bunch of turtles. I think there was one sort of exception made with Realm Walker, who is technically a turtle, but only because of Changeling.
I feel like that counts.
We'll take what we can get at this point. But think about though what we get to do here. So we play some early turtles. We get Pride of Hallclade out, or like turn 4, and then the next turn we can poke somebody with Aegis Turtle, and draw 5 cards. I don't think there was anything too significant here, since we are very restricted to only playing the turtles. Okay. Simple. Ramp. We are only turtles. We get to play Race Palisade and bounce everything that's not a turtle. Sure. And last March of the Ents, I don't know. I don't know that we need this. It is 8 mana. We're not ramping particularly well, because we can't run any mana dorks. And like, yes, we draw equal to greatest toughness, but hopefully we're able to do that anyway. I don't know. I see the line of thought. I'm hoping that I wouldn't have to use it. Instance, you can buff up the butts first, because you're drawing equal to the toughness at the time. So tower defense can give you a whole lot more card draw. But our interaction otherwise is pretty light. Shell Shield, very flavorful, but does also give us +3 toughness and can save a creature, counterspell, and Beast Within. Sure. Slagworm Armor also, yeah, sure, I'll draw an additional 6 cards. We're ramping a little bit. Trailblazer's Boots is nice because it helps us to actually get through, because the Pride of Hallclade's ability does require your turtle to deal damage to a player, and it does not give them any way to do it. Oh, I really liked this include Tangleweave Armor. Equipped creature gets +X/+X, where X is the greatest mana value among your commanders. And you have an 11 cost commander.
There's an instant called Tortoise Formation, and it gives creatures, it's an instant, it gives creatures you control Shroud.
Hey, we will take it. We will take it. I do think this deck is a little lacking in interaction. And like it's Tortoise Formation.
Yeah, and then the picture is like the 300 shield thing.
Mm-hmm. I think it only costs like 4 mana to do that too, right?
Yeah.
Concordant Crossroads seems kind of dangerous in this deck. I don't know that I like this card here. What do we want haste for? I don't know.
It's really hard. I'm looking at turtles. I'm not just like durdling on my phone. I'm looking at turtles, and like some of these I'm like, is that a meme? Is that like a fan-made meme? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, but
It is ironic to have Concordant Crossroads in the turtle deck to give them all haste, so they are fast turtles. That's maybe that's the that's the thought process. Training Grounds I do really like because Pride of Hallclade's ability is expensive. 4 mana per creature that you want to give that ability to. I do believe it is instant speed, so you can wait and just swing out with your... Oh, no, because you need to remove Defender from some of these, so you have to do it ahead of time. So very happy to have Training Grounds to reduce that to 2.
Mm-hmm. And then Assault Formation is a must.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and yes, we are sticking to 1 creature type, so do we need the Kindred Discovery? This seems like overkill and underkill, because we don't necessarily need the card draw, because Pride of the Hallclade does so much card draw, and we're not really casting that many turtles.
Also, Unnatural Growth. Do we have a lot of things that are making our power bigger? Or are we just making O5s turn into O10s?
We're making them into O10s.
Okay.
Because Pride of the Hallclade does draw equal to the toughness, and then I guess also if you're doing like Assault Formation or the other versions of this ability, which I think we are actually missing because they're usually on bodies.
Well, that and or they're like in Azorius,
right?
Like a High Assault or something.
High Alert, yeah.
Yep.
I'm
looking at some of the turtles, and there are some that are teamer. I like our commander better.
Mm-hmm.
But you are missing out on a lot of red turtles. Did you like Kogla and Udaro's a turtle?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of, well, not a lot, but a solid amount of red turtles. So, just throwing
like
that
Raphael.
out. Yeah, Udaro. I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like this commander.
He seems like a better commander for sure.
Okay. So, there's a new turtle that you can add. There's a new turtle. It just came out in Foundations. I think it's only in the Jumpstart, but it's pretty good here. Phantasmal shield back. It's a 1/3. And when it becomes a target, you sacrifice it, and when it dies, you draw a card. But getting turtles on the board on turn 1, pretty important for this deck. And at the worst, it cycles itself. And I don't know, he's kind of cool, like ghost turtle thing going on.
Why did they make this?
I don't know. I don't know what jumpstart pack this is in, but yeah, there we go. If we're making the exception for Realm Walker here, then maybe we also do Masked Vandal to give us a little bit more interaction. And it is a 1/3 for 2. Sure.
Fits the same. He's a spirit, a turtle spirit.
Right. A turtle at heart. If we...
Turtle at shell.
Yeah. We have a lot of bad cards in this deck. We have a lot of bad cards that cost way too much mana. So, I think an Urza's Incubator would be really nice here. 3 mana, choose turtle, and all turtles cost 2 less. Oftentimes, the problem with that card
is other people are using it.
Right. It is symmetrical, and so you're like elves, and somebody's like, okay, like I just generically have elves in my deck. Oh, my Beast Whisperer costs 2. Great. But nobody is gonna have a turtle. So there we go.
These turtles are big.
The other card that is like, oh, this is a good card that you could probably put in this is Meekstone. It's 1 mana artifact. Creatures with power 3 or more do not untap during their untap step. So all your turtles are free to get in for damage and big card draw, while everybody else's are locked down.
I'm trying to think of ideas that I have, but I don't have any of them. So here we are.
Okay, tell me your thoughts on this, on if you think this is still in the spirit of the deck. Because my experience with this commander is that the card draw is ridiculous. You draw a ton of cards. Do we put Jace in this? Do we put Win the Game Jace in this? Because it can certainly get there.
I see.
It's like, okay, definitely not Labman or Thassa's Oracle. Not turtles. Jace.
Is he friends with the turtles? I don't know that you're going to be drawing that many cards.
And
it feels like it goes against the theme of the deck.
Okay.
Like, I'm more interested in the green shell and the formation.
Because I definitely think that you do draw enough cards for that to be a very reasonable win.
Okay.
But I think when we're looking at a deck like this, the more important thing is, does he feel right in the deck? And if he does not, then he doesn't go in there.
It is a sneaky win. Nobody's gonna, blitz down the turtle player. So
I think it'll be hard to blitz down the turtle player.
Do we have flying or evasive protection?
No.
I think it's cute. What do you do? We only have how many ways can we make our creatures attack?
We have Trailblazer's Boots, which is the Lorien Brooch. We have Whisper Silk Cloak directly.
No, but this doesn't make an 0/5 hit them.
What do you mean?
Non-basic island walk.
Land walk. Non-basic land walk. So if they have any non-basic land, unblockable.
And it's an 0/5.
Yes, but...
So how many ways do we have to make an 0/5 actually deal damage?
The commander. gives it +1 so that it triggers the ability.
That doesn't count.
But that's the whole thing. This deck is not good at dealing damage.
So
It only
there's
has
two.
it only has like the assault formation,
The green shell.
and the green shell.
So
Or no, the bedrock tortoise. Because green shell pumps a little bit, right?
plus
But
two,
it doesn't.
that's enough.
Yeah, bedrock tortoise can do it. But that's about it. The only thing it can do consistently is deal a little bit of damage and draw a lot of cards. Like you can just use that to dig for these, but those are the only ones. Those are the only ways you're doing damage.
Oh, and then the one flying turtle. Well, that doesn't count. Are there other things that we could put in that we could just say are friends with the turtles that make the turtles deal more damage?
Jace.
Jace doesn't make them deal damage.
All right. So you have Tangleweave armor, which gives +11.
Okay.
You have some like anthem effects, Vanquisher's Banner, Patchwork Banner.
I want more cards that make them hit with their butt.
I don't think you get any. I think there's one green aura that can do it. Tree, but it's tree folk themed. It's like tree folk Umbra or something.
There are some creatures, but I think they're in like Selesnya or Azorius.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just want to hit someone with my turtle.
Yeah.
But
I like this even better because they're like it's not even like you're doing a weird thing to make them hit hard. They're just like walking up and then just going like, oh, I've done 1 damage. I will now draw 15 cards. That's what this deck does.
And then you put Jace in it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like you can just say, all right, I'm gonna deal like practically no damage until I draw my way into one of those cards, which you can do pretty consistently.
And no one's going to be able to attack you.
Right.
All right. I'm still into it. But
That's turtles. Yeah.
I still love this boy. I like your impression of turtle. Oh, we have Cap'n Catanir. That wins games.
Sure. How many artifacts do we have?
14! That's a lot.
Yeah, right? There are no turtles that can make like
Treasures or whatever.
Yeah. I think this it's just here's all of the turtles. Great, it is just enough to make a deck.
Yeah. Ooh. He'll hit people.
Okay.
I need this ability on a stick. How do we...
Switch power and toughness.
Uh-huh.
Okay. But that's the problem is though, you can't do that on any of your turtles that have 0 power.
Oh, but we're gonna pump them up, aren't we?
Sure.
But you're right.
I mean, you can get some of those. You can get that in mono blue.
All right, we're adding Jace then.
I think that's the main way that this wins. Is the turtles walk up to your opponents, do 1 chomp for 1 damage,
Turtle
and hand
boggles.
Jace 20 cards.
Turtle boggles.
That thing unstoppable.
Unlimited?
Unlimited.
You with the stupid
Like, what
one drop enchantment.
Mm-hmm.
Cheezus is saying Jace was a pirate, so that makes sense. Yeah, Captain Jack Sparrow, tied 2 turtles to his feet to escape the island.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if we were to play this on the show, what would the turtles go against? Because this is obviously a lower power level than what we typically play. With all so we need the hominids.
Yeah.
So
but the problem is there's not enough of those to actually do a deck like this, because I feel like if we had this on the show, we'd need 3 more decks that like commit this hard to like, hey, we're only doing this. And the hominids have like 10 cards total.
That's not true. I think there's a lot more crabs.
They're crabs. Homurids are not crabs.
But most of the homurids count crabs, right?
No.
I thought
That's why they're even worse.
I thought the homurid lord also lorded crabs and stuff.
The Homurid Lord does, but...
Well, there you go. That's the commander is what I'm saying.
But then you're not only doing Homurids.
Okay. So what else?
You could do crabs, maybe. Like, if we did an all Nerd Girl pod, we could do turtles and crabs, and you could do octopus now, because all of the cephalids are octopuses.
Quick, someone sponsor us to do that episode.
And you tell me, what's the fourth Nerd Girl one? I wonder if you could do just straight up fish or something. I wonder if there are enough fish.
I don't think there's like a fish lord though.
Illuge.
That's a good commander though.
Yes, but not when you only have fish.
What else? Someone said snakes, scarecrows. There's certainly not enough of those. Frogs. Frogs would be good though. Now, especially now that Bloomborough.
Scarecrow's a deck. Scarecrow's a real deck.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh, I don't know why, but could we do like Batman villains? I don't know. That's what I thought of when I thought of Scarecrow. That's separate. That's separate.
I was like...
Separate. Different train of thought.
Yeah, we're going to do the Nerd Girl pod, so it'll be turtles and crabs and fish and Batman.
Well, that's what came to my head when we all of our episodes are themed. Okay, what is my other favorite card that I keep? Ooh, what are those really cute animals that people say are ugly? Or wumpuses. Well, there's not enough of them, but not that one. But there's these little kid looking things that I always think are cute, and everybody always thinks that they're ugly.
Kithkin?
No, they're like little fat babies in costumes usually. Yeah, and I think they're cute, and a lot of people think they're ugly. One of them's like looks like a little kid in a bee costume, or
okay.
Grimga.
Those are oofs, right?
Are they oofs?
Yeah, because the one you're thinking, it's like 1 mana, sack a token, give it +1.
No, these are like furry.
This thing, right?
Yeah.
That's an oof.
Yeah, okay, we should do oofs then.
Yeah, that would be a rough one, but I think you'd end up with a deck like this. I don't know what your commander would be, but
Jellyfish.
there is the Jellyfish Girl commander now, but I don't know what else you put in the deck.
10 jellyfish.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll circle back to this as a pod of Nerd Girl's favorite things.
Oh, we definitely need to build you the new one from Foundations that's starfish riding a turtle that cares about butts.
That's a thing?
Yes, Plagon, and it's actually really good.
I did play the butts deck on the show. But that sounds like a commander I would love. How do you spell it?
Plagon. Lord of the Beach. Yeah. So yeah, little starfish guy. Or actually that's what, like a Man of War or something?
I do remember seeing this art.
It's like a starfish wearing a Man of War as a hat, riding a turtle, and it cares about creatures with big butts.
I love starfish. I love all the sea animals. Okay. I'm putting that on my short list to build for the show. I'm very happy.
Yes, we need to do that. This is very funny. This is definitely not the deck we would build. We would have you build, but apparently that deck has been winning CEDH tournaments.
Okay, I'm building it. All right, so we'll circle back, and maybe we'll have to do an all nerd girl pod of the cute sea creatures and oofs.
Yes,
It'll be great. I feel like Saprolings or something might have been on the list until recently because it got a ton of support, but that would have been cool. I like Saprolings a lot.
old Saprolings only. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for submitting a list for my birthday, Tar. I thoroughly enjoyed getting to check out your turtle list. I do love me some turtles. So it also gave us the idea of doing a bunch of silly creatures that shouldn't be an archetype deck episode. That sounds like fun. I'm going to make us do it. Next up, we've got a deck from Cheezus. Something tells me it's not turtles. We're going to be looking at Cambal.
I believe this was also submitted because they thought you would like it.
Nice. It is my birthday, so my birthday week. So yay. Thank you guys so much for submitting lists that I will enjoy.
Okay. Yes, Cambal. It's Orzhov token aristocrat. When one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your opponent's control, you make a copy of each of them. The ability only triggers once each turn. And then whenever one or more tokens enter under your control, you drain each opponent for 1. So you want to make tokens, and you benefit when your opponents make tokens.
Yes. I like tokens and Orzhov.
This one it has some straightforward choices like Ocelot Pride, Charismatic Conqueror. You are making Lotho you're making tokens for yourself, and stuff like Suture Priest and Corpse Knight, so that when your stuff dies, because you have plentiful tokens, then you're draining your opponents out. But you also get some very fun options that you wouldn't be running in your typical Orzhov deck like this, like Hunted Horror, that
Shadrix and Clackbridge Troll. That's cool.
Yeah, because these are all giving your opponents tokens, which you then immediately get to copy. So like that makes this so good. For 2 mana, you get a 7/7 and 2 3/3s with Pro Black.
Well, you get 1, right? It happens once?
No, this ability only happens once, but it is whenever one or more tokens enter, you copy all of them. So as long as it is one instance of, or like one, as long as they enter at the same time.
That's gross.
Right? So that makes something like Marching Duodrone very good, because that and Hunted Horror, they're all putting these into play at the same time, so you get copies of all of them.
And they're also pro black, which just stuffs any other black player at the table.
Yeah, you've both made some for yourself and given another opponent pro black stuff. It's very good.
That's funny.
I thought like there were some really good like deep dive picks here too, like Haunted Angel, which is like, okay, sure, 3/3 for 3, but when it dies, everybody makes a 3/3 angel with flying, and then you make 3 of them because you've copied all of them because they are coming into play at the same time.
If this is submitted for the show, I'm dibsing it. This looks like a blast. I would love to play this deck.
Yeah, because you get all of the classics for this style of deck. You know, Mondrak and
no
Felice.
O'Hare talk.
No O'Hare talk, which I think you could for sure jam into this deck. And then you get your Game Enders, Moonshaker Cavalry, Elish Norn. But yes, I really like that you get that core, but then you get plenty of these weird cards that are giving you get so much out of it, because these are not supposed to be benefiting you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting take on the tokens, which I enjoy.
I think this guy is particularly good. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, they make a blood. So you are guaranteed to be triggering this ability on every turn.
Yeah.
And then he smacks them and gets boosted for every blood that the defending player controls. I'm like, that's so much fun for a deck like this. Yeah, more. I feel like people are just not going to. They're not going to give you this. So this turns into 3 mana, draw a card, make a 1/1. But if you get just one person to do it, then that is draw 2 cards, make 3 1/1s. Draw 2 cards, make 3 1/1s. But
Does that all resolve at the same time if all of them take it?
yes. Fair and balanced tutor. Convert all of your tokens into card draw. Return a permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield and distribute 4 counters. What are you here for? What are you here for? What are you bringing back? It's specifically a permanent. So maybe...
Cheezus is saying Master of Ceremonies in the deck, but I don't know if that's in regards to what you're saying now or not. It could just be a insurance, because you only have the 2 big payoffs. Maybe that's just like insurance for, Mommy or Moonshaker.
Okay. I feel like there are better options than 5 mana 4 pip spell, but if good to have something that's bringing something back, I suppose.
Also, we have a fair number of things that are putting creatures onto the battlefield for our opponents that we then get to break parity on. Is there a world where we're also interested in like Massacre Worm?
I think there's always a world where we're interested in Massacre Worm. Because, plenty of the time... Because all you have to do is make the thing.
Because it's usually kind of a fine card on its own.
Yeah.
It's going to kill a few things anyway, but if you are also then making 1/1s for them...
Yeah, I'm on board with that, because Slaughter Specialist makes 1/1s for your opponent. Hunted Bone Brute makes 1/1s for your opponent. Some other stuff, you probably... Yeah, Clack Bridge Troll gives them 0/1s. Shadrix also... Yeah, you kill off the Inklings that you're giving them. That will be a good time. I particularly like the Lich Knight's Conquest. This is sacrifice any number of artifacts, who cares, enchantments, who cares, and tokens to return any number of creatures, or that many creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield. That seems great. Okay, so we do have a little bit of Blink. I guess because we have some ETBs. Oh yeah, most of the things that are creating tokens for your opponents are ETBs. So, sure, I'll take that. I really like getting to use the removal spells that give your opponents a replacement token.
Yeah.
This, though, is my favorite addition to the stack. Saw in Half.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because this, like, for the most part, people are just using this on their own stuff, which it is good here because you have a lot of good ETBs.
But you get to make 2 copies of their best thing.
Right.
Cute.
What else here? I like gifting fish. It's
Yeah.
very funny. So it's like, great. I've turned my Blink spell into exile removal, and I've gotten a fish out of it.
This looks like a great time.
This is very cool.
Oh yeah. There's the rat tribute. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yes. And then I think this was mentioned earlier, but yes, this I assume this is the saga that they were saying, the one from Doctor Who. Give everybody 3 1/1s. So like, great, I will take 12 1/1s. Thank you very much. And then put a counter on each of them.
Oh, each player gets 3. For some reason, when I was thinking it, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, each player gets 1. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they did sneak the Forbidden Orchard in here. The land that gives your opponent 1/1s.
Okay, I love it. Love it.
Yeah. So
I'm jealous of this deck. This deck seems so cool.
this is a real good time. Okay. What did I have here? Oh, okay. Yes. My note is frowny face lands. It's 32 lands. The curve does not support this. You have your average mana value, 2 with lands, 3 without lands. That is too high for 32 lands. And I think, and we're in Orzhov, so we only have so many pieces of ramp that we can include in the deck.
That's a fair amount, though. 5. That's
probably one that you see in your game.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of decks we've been seeing have, like, 2 or 3. 5 is, I think, the right amount. Well, you're missing 1 land.
I think this is very definitely a deck that you like, because you would shuffle it up on the show and then get stuck on 2 lands for a long time and be like, I missed my land drop. I feel behind.
I get stuck on lands even when you build the deck.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of hands you're keeping. I'm the one that is like, oh yeah, I'll be lucky. I'll hit it off the top.
I keep 3 lands, and
I doubt that.
I do. That's why I'm always stuck on 3. I'm never stuck on 2. Whatever, Veggie. My win rate's fine.
Everybody's like, oh, NerdGirl's stuck on lands. I guess we leave her alone for the rest of the game.
It's a strategy. I actually had lands the whole time.
Right. Okay. There's a couple in the sideboard here. Flawless Maneuver, I have nothing to say about Flawless Maneuver. But Into the Pit I want to try this in a bunch of decks, and this seems like one that would constantly have expendable creatures ready. So sure, I would give that a shot. I don't know what Exemplar of Light does for this deck. Gain life, put a counter on the creature, and when you put counters on the creature, draw a card. But I don't know how readily we're able to do that.
Yeah, that's why it's in the sideboard.
Yeah. I guess Cambal's ability does drain, so you are gaining life when you're making these tokens. Could take it or leave it. And then, this is my other one. I'm like, yeah, okay, like NerdGirl will probably like this. I think this is too much interaction.
I like it.
I think you are often going to run into. I think a lot of time you would rather have a thing to put onto the board.
But most of them are. You get fish and stuff.
It's true.
Generous gift. Kill your thing, make a 3/3. That's what that card says.
Yeah. I would swap out like a few of these.
It's fine.
It's so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I would say, pieces of interaction. 14. That is, I'm a blue player. I'm saying that might be overdoing it.
Very few sorceries, though. A lot of times there's like some sorcery removals or board clears. We don't have as many. I feel like it averages out. You can get rid of 1 instant and put 1 land in and Veggie that. Then we fixed it.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It's still probably a little too much instance, but I will take that.
Maltown says Veggie is lying about interactions.
No, that's only when I build your deck.
Welcome back, Maltown. I hope you had a good break, and I hope your stream was good.
Okay, yes. I honestly I think this deck is very well built for both things, both as a deck like in a bubble and for a deck that Nerdgirl would like. I mean, we've seen the reactions. I think that's great. I really enjoy.
I want O'Hare talk.
Yeah, yes, because this is almost always going to make creature tokens. The difference with O'Hare talk is that it only doubles triples creature tokens, so you will miss out on sometimes when you give your opponents treasures and stuff like that, but for the most part this deck is giving them creature tokens, so yes, I support that. Yeah, I really like the weird card choices that you're able to add into this deck, and the fact that you get such a big benefit out of them. Like, I also would really enjoy this deck. I don't think there would have to be much done to change it, to put it on the show. I would up the land count just to ensure that the person was able to play the game. Even just swapping those in for like MDFCs or something, so that...
Yeah, there's really no reason that, like, at the very least, that, like, Disenchant shouldn't just be a Witch Enchanter.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, gives you a lot more flexibility, helps with your mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Witch Enchanter costs 4.
It does.
I learned that.
Yeah. If I had to nitpick here, aside from like land count and interaction count, I think this Amulet of Vigor is very I don't know what the word is. Ambitious, greedy. I looked through and I was like, what is this here for? The only thing it's here for is because Cambal gives you tapped versions of the tokens. I'm like, I don't know. That might be reaching. I don't know how relevant that is for a whole card slot, but that was I think the only like single card in the deck that I had a little issue with, but and it still like does a thing, so sure.
Yeah. Dibs. As it is, power level wise, would this deck be appropriate for decked out?
Yes. I think the only outlier that I saw was the Ocelot Pride. And it's still probably fine here.
Really? Yeah. It doesn't seem like we're breaking it.
Yeah, I don't think we're breaking it. It just it's one of those cards that is able to snowball pretty quickly. So I think it's on the line for us. I might be a little biased because usually the things that I am personally playing it in, it does snowball out of control pretty consistently.
But if I were to build with Ocelot Pride, it probably isn't too scary.
I think in this deck it is perfectly fine. It is very good.
Yeah.
But it is not going to put us in danger of a game that is not entertaining.
Awesome. It's an avocado. Thanks. What's that reference?
I don't know. That's an internet thing. It's definitely ringing bells in my head.
Okay.
But...
Well, Cheezus, thank you so much for submitting a deck for us to check out. I am thoroughly happy with this deck list. I'm very jealous. I might consider building something like this in the future. That's very, very cool. And thank you for being a decked out patron. 2 lists to go, and we're going to look at Kelvor's The Celestial Toymaker card.
Yeah.
And this will be on an episode coming up, right? I think?
Yes, we know that this will be because this was selected as one of the commanders for the community decks. This is not the same list, but I think this is a very cool commander. And also, it's Neil Patrick Harris on a Magic card.
Is that actually who played the character?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is specifically supposed to be his likeness on this card.
This is probably the card that looks the least like the person.
They sure did give him a lot of forehead.
They did, and like that doesn't look like him that much. Is it just me?
I guess it's hard for me to to look at it knowing that it was him already and not see him. But
because I didn't know it was supposed to be him, and I don't see him. Huh. Interesting.
yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
This is definitely like one of the most. It is totally unique in what it does. When it attacks, you look at the top 3 cards of your library. Make a face down pile and a face up pile, and a player chooses one, and you put that pile in your hand. But at the beginning of each end step, each opponent loses 2 life for each spell or ability that causes players to guess or group cards into piles.
This was really annoying to play with. I wasn't the pilot, but just the amount of interaction or times we had to stop the game to do stuff. I'm sure whoever edited it was not happy.
I don't know. It probably was. It was definitely more tricky than usual, but and it kind of has the like the Ristic study or smothering tithe effect, where you are making your opponents make decisions constantly, which can be a little exhausting. But I really like it because, like, I don't know. There's something special about a commander that makes your fact or fiction good.
So that's how we didn't build it, but that's how the community deck was built, was to force a lot more choices.
Mm-hmm.
Does this deck do the same thing?
I think it does it less than the community submitted list. We'll take a look, but I think this is focused on some other aspects of, or some other ways that you can play this card. So creatures, there are very few creatures that have you do any of these things, guess or group cards together, but this has got some that do it. There is Golem Scheming Guide, which we have seen on the show before. One of the only creatures that does it. You're guessing about your opponent's top card. There is Curator of Destinies, which is just fact or fiction on a body. And I think there might only be one other creature that does this. There's Seventh Doctor, which makes you guess. And that is... Atris, also you're grouping cards into piles. But you just don't have options there. So we're filling this in with a K9, which helps you to get your Celestial Toymaker attacking safely. Adric, which can copy the trigger of either of these abilities. And then we have some clone effects so that we can get more chances for those choice or pile abilities. And then good cards, we're just like, sure, drawing cards, that's gonna happen. We got a Shieldred. Talion, that's a good card. Consecrated Sphinx, that's a good card. Which I can't fault you for. What else are you gonna put in these spots? We need creatures, and we just don't have any other ones that guess or pile.
Fair.
It's pretty straightforward. One of the things that this deck does that the community deck did not focus on as much is maximizing the life loss from that second ability, because the community deck was like, let me just play as many of these effects as possible, and hopefully we're getting a bunch of life out of this. But this one is adding stuff like Bloodletter of Akhlazats to double that life loss, or double the trigger ability with Adric or Roaming Throne, and we did not really see that in the community list. Sorceries and instants. This is a very control-y deck. We have Damn and Supreme Verdict for just straight up board wipes. We have so much interaction: Path, Swords, counter, destroy, exile.
What's the saw in half for?
The saw in half, I don't... the best that I could tell would be like if you wanted to make another, like more copies of Celestial Toymaker, because you can do that if you have like Sakashima or Spark Double that copies it, makes it non-legendary, or is negating the legendary rule, I suppose. I could not find another thing that is doing in here. Oh, because you also have like quantum misalignment to make non-legendary copies. But yeah, I think you're using it on your own stuff to make extra copies. Some of these things are pretty strong if you have multiples. What is missing here though are some of the choice cards. Some of the actual things that allow you to make piles. There was, oh, I can't see the bottom of it because we're at the end.
You just move it to the front. Just click it.
There is Sauron's Ransom, which seems pretty good here. It is like a mini Fact or Fiction, and the ring tempts you, which helps you to get Celestial Toymaker to attack safely. Truth or Tale is pretty non-committal. It's 2 mana instant. You make 2 piles, and then you get 1 card out of the piles. And then there's a half board wipe, Do or Die, which is separate all creature, or I think it's for each opponent, separate creatures into piles, and they choose, and one gets destroyed. But yeah, those seem suspiciously missing in favor of, like, good stuff.
There does seem to be a larger number of good things. Sorry, I'm just moving this up so we can see the chat.
Thank you. And then we have the bare minimum artifacts. Dolmen Gate, again, gets the Celestial Toymaker attacking safely. And then enchantments, we have the Blood Bond combo here. Sure.
There's also a new piece to it, right? This guy.
Yeah.
So it's even easier to assemble now.
Mm-hmm. I was not entirely sure why this is here. I guess you have Exquisite Blood, which is gaining you life whenever the Celestial Toymaker's ability is going off, and it was just like, oh, why not? Might as well put the other half of this combo in. I do think this is just more like fill slots with good card. Propaganda, Ristic Study, Smothering Tide, Black Market Connections, Blood Chief Ascension, all do not have specific synergies here in the deck. They are just cards that win games. Call of the Ring is nice because you're, again, tempting, helps you get Celestial Toymaker attacking safely, so does Reconnaissance. And then Mirror Room and Fractured Realm, I think this is still like trying to make more copies of Celestial Toymaker and doubling that trigger to maximize damage off of it.
So, Aqueous Form?
Sure, yeah. Getting a safe attack for 1. And yeah, that was not in here. So that is the whole deck. This one is for sure a much more control-focused version that is trying to trying to maximize the second trigger and what you get out of it, as opposed to running every single possible choice and pile card. Because there's a lot of doubling. There is a lot of cloning.
Yeah, 2 different ways to build the deck. Makes
Right.
sense. Real quick, want to address Adam in the channel is asking if we often do videos like this. So these are patron deck techs. We do them monthly or every single time we get 8 to 10 decks submitted. So we right now have about 8 to 10 patrons that are in the correct tier to submit lists. If we were to get more, we would do this, every other week, every week if need be. But yeah, this is a normal thing we do live on Twitch and YouTube about monthly right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, first, okay, this is my favorite inclusion in this deck is Nanogene Conversion. You can make everything on the board, including opponent stuff, a copy of target creature you control. So if you make every creature a copy of Celestial Toymaker, because this ability triggers at the end of each end step, and each opponent loses life for every spell or ability that causes players to guess or group cards, that probably one-shots the table.
But doesn't...
You will lose some, but not as much as everybody else.
Wouldn't they have to sack them because they're legendary?
No, because the Nanogene conversion...
It avoids that?
Yeah. Each creature becomes a copy, except it's not.
I stopped
legendary.
reading at that part.
Yeah. I think that is very absurd, very, very funny, and it even is a Doctor Who card, so we get a flavor win as well. That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Okay. I mentioned that I do think that it should be running some of those other choice and pile cards. I don't think it needs all of them, but like some of like Sauron's Ransom, Truth or Tale, and Do or Die all seem pretty solid on their own and could be played here. And maybe Liar's Pendulum, which is a 1-mana artifact. You pay 2 mana to have your opponent guess a thing. That's like...
Is Golem?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
it did have... Yeah. I also wonder how fast... is this deck too slow? So, we have 2 pieces of ramp total. I don't know. We don't have a ton that we're doing before, turns 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 2. I guess on 3 you're playing your commander, but like, I don't know. It feels like I would be behind most of the game, and we only have we have 2 board wipes, and with so much interaction that we're trying to hold mana up for as well. Like I would be worried that I would fall behind early and not be able to catch up. I don't know what evens the playing field here in this deck, or helps to keep us in line with everybody else.
Yeah, that's tough. I think Esper's always gonna have a little bit of a hard time keeping up mana wise. There's a couple of white dorks, right? There's Loyal Watchdog. There's another white card that lets you search for a plane specifically.
Knight of the White Orchid, yeah.
Yeah. So a couple of things like that could be helpful, you know?
Yeah, or even just the rocks. Like, there's no Arcane Signet here. There's no Soul Ring here. Or the other way that Esper usually keeps up with the table is it just wipes stuff. And you've only got the 2 here. So that may be the way that you even things up. I don't know. It's a little harder for me to tell because I can play test this as many times as I want, but at its heart, this is a control style deck.
And you're just goldfishing. When you're playtesting,
Right.
When these decks are submitted, you load it up onto one of the
Moxfield, yeah,
Moxfield,
just has the playtester,
and
yeah.
you just shuffle it up and draw, play, draw. And you're not really actually getting any resistance. You're not able to see its pacing compared to another deck. Someone is suggesting Smothering Tithe.
I think it's in here, because yeah,
Ristic Study.
yeah. I see. They may be suggesting this as this is a way to catch up, and okay, that's fair. But I don't think there's enough here to do it.
Yeah, probably short a few rocks. I agree.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Bloodbond combo here in the deck. I mean, generally, it's not the kind of stuff that I run. But if we look at it outside of that mindset, on we're not aggressively drawing through the deck. We have those 2 and 1 other piece, but we're not even running Veto. To try if that's a way that we're trying to win. It seems like a very high variance option in this, where it's just like, oh, I got lucky this one time and played it, which maybe that's the kind of commander that you're looking for. Like, that is...
Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
That's Commander at its heart, I guess, but I don't know how... it seems very inconsistent and not very synergistic with the deck. Yes, another frowny face, 32 lands.
You did not get a gold star.
I think one of you does this to me every time and is like, look, I want to say that it's Cambal too. That's like, look, I know that it's less lands than you like. I don't care. I'm pretty sure it's Cambal.
I mean,
yeah.
it's less lands than I like. Look at how many 5s and 6s you've got. That's a lot. You really want to be doing a lot more. You want to be holding open mana for counter spells and things, and and removal for interaction stuff. You don't have mana dorks. You don't have mana ramp. You do need a few more, and that's coming from me, who's always running less than Veggie likes.
Yeah.
But this one is a little light. You're not making up for having a low land count by either having a low mana base, extra ramps, rocks, dorks, whatever.
Right.
You don't have any of that.
The last thing, there's one card that it's probably not good enough for this what this deck wants, but if you're building this, I think this might have been missed in the community deck as well, because it's not quite, it barely qualifies for triggering this ability, but it does, and I think the card is very funny. It's called Become Anonymous. It is from the Assassin's Creed set. So you exile a creature that you own and the top 2 cards of your library face down. You shuffle that pile and then cloak those cards. They enter the battlefield tapped. It does cause you to put cards into a pile, so it does trigger Celestial Toymaker. And it's Magical Hats from Yu-Gi-Oh! Which already was a very silly card. But yes, you get to play Magical Hats in Yu-Gi-Oh! In Magic. It's not good, but it's fun.
That would indeed count. Are there any other like high-powered ones that are potentially missing?
I don't think so. I think the only ones that I could think of that were reasonably playable on their own, even outside of a deck like this, were Sauron's Ransom and Do or Die. But I don't think there's anything that is more powerful than that.
Okay. As a whole, what do you think of the power level of this deck? Is it about on par with Decked Out?
I think we usually avoid Blood Bond combo. Aside from that, this is pretty all right. I do think it may be a little trickier to pilot, just because what this really wants to do is make like 1 billion copies of Celestial Toymaker, and then play like 1 or 2 guess or pile cards. But
which version of the deck do you like more? The more guesses, or the ones that take advantage of the guesses you do get?
This I like a build more like the community list that we had that you'll see on the show, just because this is such a niche and silly ability that I would prefer to lean into, like, let me play all of the 10 cards that this works with, as opposed to let me cut this down to just the best of these cards and then use a generically powerful strategy. At that point, I'd rather just do this powerful strategy of clone strong ability with a stronger commander.
Okay. Checks out.
Yeah.
Who would be shuffling this up if it were to be submitted on the show?
I mean, I would still probably play it. It still gets to play some weird cards. Are we allowed to say who plays this in the episode?
I think so, but it's a patron list, so it was a little different as well. And I don't know that you actually were in that one.
I was not. That's why.
So like it's more of like of the three of us. I mean, Airball played the community version of
and
this.
I think he would also play this. Like
so
this seems
between the two of you, which one does it fit more?
weird. I mean, we're both big Fact or Fiction lovers.
True.
I think this is probably more. This one is probably more him. The community deck, the community build is probably more me.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. This was submitted again by Kelvor. Really appreciate you being a patron, helping us stay weekly. It means a lot to us. And we're moving on to our 10th and final deck list of the night. And we're looking at Rella?
Oh, Riel, yeah, Riel.
And this is submitted by Dead, one of our very, very long time standing patrons, actually. We do a fair amount of like games with Rel, or with Jed.
Okay. This already, I really like this commander. This has ended up in a lot of funky little decks that I have built that have not made it on the show because they lean way too far into funky little things and not winning the game and not being respectful of other people's time in the game.
Real quick, someone's asking, are you doing a Doctor Who episode soon? We did 2 Doctor Who episodes when they came out. We've also had a couple of Doctor Who commanders, I would say 3-4 games that have just one Doctor Who deck in a pod because it fit. Veggie really likes to build with them. We did
2?
Huh?
We did 2 episodes?
I think we did precons and upgrades or something. Maybe not. That's just what we normally do. Maybe we only did the one. I think that was one where we got the decks late.
I think we only did the one, and then we did just other decks that we felt like playing.
Because we got the decks the day of recording, we didn't get a chance to upgrade them.
Right.
But we are doing a Universes Beyond specifically, where we're taking like the 4 major UB brands and battling it out, and I think there's a Doctor Who in that. So you'll see a Universes Beyond on the 30th. With a Doctor Who deck, but again, it is not Doctor Who themed, but you can find that on our channel already with the precons.
Yeah. If it were up to me, I would do like 8 episodes of Doctor Who only, because I think that it's the perfect set for me. I have watched Doctor Who, but it's not even like I'm a super fan and like I just really like the IP. It's just like these are just I felt like they're the ideal power level and kind of gameplay that I like. But yes, also there are enough commanders in the set to do like 8 episodes and not double commander. But
Doctor Who full on is episode 25 if you want to go check it out.
Yeah, I talked about the 12th Doctor and doing things with that. I could not put that on the show. But yes, let me not talk about that. Let's talk about Riel, the Everwise. Gets +1/+0 for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. And the big ability, when you discard 1 or more cards for the first time each turn, draw that many cards. And that is what we are trying to break here in this deck. So the important thing here is that this is only the first time each turn, but it draws equal to the number that you discarded. So we're trying to get 1 big discard. Planeswalker, we get to play Dak, who has the plus draw 2, discard 2. Okay, sure. We're guaranteed to consistently get a big, or like, not a big, but like a decent discard. Sure. Oh, right. And this was the other thing that surprised me. Dead said that this was their most powerful deck. This is their this is the showstopper in their local play group. And I understand now. There's some very powerful cards in this deck. We just have Gilded Drake. We just have this casual $220 card that has no synergy with the deck, but is really good. Some of the, but I think as far as cards like that go, that is the only one that stood out to me where I was like, oh, you just jammed good card in here. The rest of these are pretty synergistic. Harmonic Prodigy, this is a wizard. And because of the way that it's worded, it triggers once and you copy the trigger. So it's okay that this says first time each turn. You still get double draw out of that. Magus of the Bazaar, draw 2, discard 3, which is the Magus version of, oh wow, yes, there is in fact a Bazaar Baghdad in this deck.
What the heck?
Which for those of you at home, because I don't know if you can read this or have seen this card before, that it's a $2,300 card. It's a land that you can tap to draw 2 and discard 3.
I like how the creature one is 49 cents.
Yes. Yeah, because it being on a land, real good. It being on an 0-1 body for 2, not so good. But both of them are really good here because they read draw. It's draw 2, discard 3, draw 3 more. This does mean that we are spell slinging pretty frequently, so Ral is solid. Reduce the cost of your spells. And yeah, not much of it. It's here, I think, just as the best possible instant sorcery reducer. Waterfront Bouncer, that brings me back. This is repeatable bounce, and the cost of discarding a card is completely negated because of Riel. And what's important is, especially these abilities that can be used at instant speed, this triggers once each turn, but that is each player's turn.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you're still able to get some value out of that on your opponent's turns. Glint Horn Buccaneer is how you're killing people. Whenever you discard, you deal damage to each opponent. You get a second copy of that with Brawlin, which also grows itself bigger. So you may be able to beat people down with that.
They're riding a shark.
They're riding a shark. It does make me sad that you can't run Shabraz, the partner in here, because it is blue and white. But it's cool. Yes, wheels are pretty good here. We're gonna see all of them. Wheels are really good here. It's like draw 7 and then draw equal to whatever you discarded. Yeah. We also at the top end can kill people with Psychosis Crawler or Niv Mizzet, who are dealing damage whenever we're drawing, or with the Locust God. Although I believe Dead had said this is on the short list to cut, because the 6 mana is a little steep for something that doesn't, like, at least Niv Mizzet protects itself because it can't be countered, and if somebody is going to kill it, they're probably casting an instant, which draws you a card, and you at least get that out of it.
Yeah.
And Kozilek is here just because it shuffles back your graveyard into your library, because that is how many cards we are likely drawing. This was I respected this choice. This is not a good card, but they this is a card they really wanted to include in the deck just because old card nostalgia. I approve.
Does thing.
Okay. Sorceries and instants. We have a total of 35 of these. Mentioned that wheels are really good. We're gonna see those. Every form of wheel that we can get, jammed them in here. I think Breakthrough is this is very cool because it's draw 4, choose X in your hand and discard the rest. So normally this is not good because you have to pay to keep the cards. But what if you just pay? What if you pay X is 0? Draw 4, choose 0 cards. So draw 4, discard your hand, and then because of Riel, draw everything back. So let's say you have a full hand of 7. You go up to 11, pitch your hand, draw 11. If you have like Psychosis Crawl on the board, you've drawn a total of 15 cards, and you just ding the table for 15 for 1 mana. Conflagrate, very bad card, but if you can toss it into your graveyard for free, then you can pay 2 mana, discard your hand, and deal damage equal to your hand divided however you want. That's great. It's fun that you get to play Goblin Lore here, and they said that Burning Inquiry should also be in the deck. It is just missing, but draw 4, discard 3 at random. Totally fine if I'm drawing those cards back. It's a really good rate for 2 mana. the theme here is like things that can pitch your hand for benefit are really good. Turbulent Dreams. There's not a lot of decks you can play this in, but this one you can discard your hand, and for each card you bounce something. So you set your opponents back really far, and you end up with the same number of cards. Wheels, wheels, wheels. Mana, mana, mana. Great. Instance. This is a very high powered deck, so we have a lot of interaction. Firestorm, one of those cards that you can only play in a deck like this. It's 1 mana, but you have to discard X cards to deal X damage to X targets. That is normally pretty bad, but if you're refilling your hand, who cares? And it's an instant, which you do on an opponent's turn. Great.
How does the wording? I tried looking it up really quickly, but I didn't come up with a good site for it. How does the wording on Madness work? Is that a replacement, or is the card still being discarded? Can you double dip?
You can double dip.
So,
Madness is when you discard it.
That's what I thought.
Exile it, yes, and then you can cast for free from exile.
But it is one of those things where it could just be worded slightly weirder than I have in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you discard it, draw, and cast the spell.
Yeah.
That seems like a thing I would want to exploit here.
Right? They don't have much. They have Circular Logic, so this is it's a 1 mana Madness counter spell, but I don't remember seeing really much of anything else.
Because there are Madness creatures, and it's typically in Rakdos, so you should be able to find all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think that we have any of it aside from
maybe it's just not
counter.
strong enough.
Yeah. I feel like there's got to be some of it though, right? Yeah, this is a million interaction spells. I like that you get to play foil here, but I don't. How many islands are we running to be able to use it to play this for free? Because it's not worth it unless you're playing it for free.
10
Mystic Sanctuary accounts, 11 Steam Vents, 12. Maybe, but there's another one. Thwart. Is that the? No, that's Sacrifice Islands, isn't it? What is? There's another one that if this is discard 3 cards, then that is really good. But I think it's sack 3 islands, which is much worse. Thwart. Return 3 islands to your hand. Never mind. Yeah, get that out of here. That is not good. Okay. Yeah, I think the Rights of Refusal, also very cute. Discard any number and counter a spell unless they pay 3 for every 1 discarded. Yep. Great. 2 mana guaranteed to counter whatever and redo your hand. All right, so yes, I get it. This is for sure your best deck. Lion's Eye Diamond is a hell of a card. But I do really like it here. Like, normally it is just in because it combos with other things to win the game. But here, you actually get to use this mana. Because the downside of this card, and you can't see it here because this is not the correct text for it, is you can only activate this ability as an instant. So you can't use the mana to cast a thing in your hand. Because you have to sacrifice it at instant speed and not at cast spell speed, if that makes sense. So usually you're left with no hand after you activate this, which, not good. But hand gets replaced by Riel. Awesome. It's a Black Lotus. We're ramping, blah, blah, blah. And I think this is cute. It's bad. I think it's probably still bad here.
Oh, someone just gifted me one of those.
Why? 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 Why did somebody gift you this?
Tarby's gifted it to me because he thinks it'll be good in Magar.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
And this one.
I think that is. Oh yes, you did need that. Yes, I do agree. I think this is excellent for Magar, and particularly because it's still not great, but that's what Magar is trying to do, is use not great cards.
Yeah, this is my birthday present from Tarby's.
I like it.
It's great. I'm gonna put it in.
I think it's bad in this deck. I understand that you are discarding your hand, but you are paying 6 mana to get your to counter a non-creature spell. Like, you are able to then do it once per round. I don't know. That may be too cute if you were trying to make this a powerful deck. I think I would for sure run this if I was just doing it as a sillier deck.
It seems cute.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
Remora, good card. I'm gonna seize. Yeah, you are powering through your deck. You're probably able to make a bunch of 8/8s with this. Attunement is very cool. It's a repeatable draw 3, discard 4. Yeah, cool. I expected to see this as soon as I saw Lion's Eye Diamond. They do the combo thing. There was not a brain freeze in this deck, so you don't have the three card combo of breach, cast Lion's Eye Diamond, brain freeze yourself, get enough to escape the Lion's Eye Diamond, and go through the whole deck to do a thing. But I think this is just relying on the fact that you are constantly discarding your hand over and over and over again, so you probably have enough fodder to escape Lion's Eye Diamond enough times to do a thing that wins.
Kitten Shoes says, I'm building your Nerdiv deck.
Oh, the Nerdiv? Yeah.
I hope I get the order in time to play it this weekend.
I hope so too.
Well, if you use our sponsor, TOA, and get 5% off, you'll have it in time.
Mm-hmm.
Not tonight, but you would have. They ship like next day. It's amazing.
Yeah, let me know how it goes. I think that's a very fun deck, and we'll definitely have to try that on the show at some point. Mermaid Mill. Okay. And then this is 32 lands, 35 MDFC. One of these lands does not produce mana. It's tricky for me here because
you're getting so much card draw. You'll have way more lands because
that's true. But when do you get the card draw? The number of things that get you early card draw are not as much as I think I would want.
Faithless Looting.
Remora, you have the Faithless Looting.
I was wondering why there weren't like more little looters.
Right.
There are so many draft chaff looters that I would play in limited that would just, fill out your curve nicely and just give you more idiots that draw you cards.
I think that they are not good enough. I can't think of any looters that are on par with deck that is running Lion's Eye Diamond and Underworld Breach.
Yep, that's true.
I would just be a little worried that I couldn't. There would be a lot of games where I couldn't get going correctly because I didn't have like Faithless Looting in my opening hand or something. There's another one that was hard to test. I would feel more comfortable with other spells that were super cheap that allowed me to do stuff like that. There is Careful Study, which is Faithless Looting but blue and no flashback. I'd like that in this. There is another copy of Goblin Lore. It's the exact same card, but it is called thing that is blocked right now on our screen. It's called Control of the Court. Exact same card. 2 mana sorcery does that thing. Would like to see that. It just got a reprint in Mystery Booster 2, so maybe not the easiest to get a hold of, but yeah. Okay, if we're thinking this is super powerful deck, I was surprised to not see Deflecting Swat here, because this deck does kind of fall apart if Riel is not on board. So I would want everything I possibly could have to protect. Yeah. So a free one seems good. Containment Construct, I would definitely want to play around with in this. 2-mana artifact creature. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile it and cast it this turn. So a lot of these abilities are wheels that you are forced to dump your whole hand for. And if you have like 1 or 2 things that you wanted to still be able to play, that gets you some extra value for only a 2-mana body. I usually am jamming that in all of my discard decks. I don't know if it is worth it here. But Forbid might be cool. It's a 3-mana counterspell, which already might be the problem. But it has a buyback of discard 2 cards. So
yeah,
repeatable counterspell that draws you cards, or that
is net neutral.
Yes, net neutral. Might be worth a shot. And then Narset is not here. We're running a lot of wheels, and this I don't think we are worried about this being too mean. Like this is a very powerful deck.
We're meant to be mean.
Right. So if we're doing Wheel of Fortune and Windfall,
discard, draw all of it back twice, and you get nothing.
You get nothing. Yeah.
You lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like Narset's a knockout here.
Good day.
There's also Jace's Archivist, which I feel like if we're running Magus of the Wheel, this would also be good. So 3 mana, and for 1 in a tap, you Windfall. It's a repeatable Windfall. Like Magus of the Wheel even sacrifices itself. So I would absolutely run that in here. After taking a look at the deck, I'm not sure what you do about if your opponents resolve problematic artifacts and enchantments. You have a bunch of counterspells, but not, you can't guarantee that you are going to counter every single artifact or enchantment that gets cast. And there are plenty that punish you for drawing cards. You get wrecked if somebody resolves like Smothering Tide against you. So I would want some ways to deal with those.
Especially at this higher level power. Like when I put a Smothering Tithe in my deck, I mean, it's just like, I'm going to play my 5-drop a turn earlier or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, if you're playing at this power level, then they're going to be abusing the shit out of those cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We, we're in red, but we have no ways to deal with artifacts at all. That's the easy one. Like we have 1 emergency Chaos Warp, but
like a Rift.
Yeah. Cyclonic Rift.
Is Pongify only creatures?
Only creatures.
I assumed.
Yeah, we cannot deal with a resolved artifact aside from Cyclonic Rift or Chaos Warp, and those are not the most efficient. I would want to see some cheap ways to deal with those. And then enchantments are tough in these colors.
Yeah.
You have the counter spells, maybe 1 or 2 more bounces. If there's a good way to sneak those in here. You have Turbulent Dreams, Psych Rift, Chaos Warp again. But yeah, I would maybe swap the Reality Shift here for Resculpt.
Otawara?
Yeah, Otawara, is that here? It is not. That would be great.
I got a point.
That would be that's should for sure be in here. And then I do wonder how this deck wins if it can't keep a Psychosis Crawler out, or Glinthorn Buccaneer.
Niv Mizzet, maybe?
Niv Mizzet, yes, is a little expensive. But the problem with Niv Mizzet is that it is 1 damage per card draw, as opposed 1 damage total per card draw, as opposed to 1 to the table per card draw.
That's why I said maybe.
Yeah.
It's slower.
Yeah.
But the idea that Niv Mizzet can't finish a game.
Right.
He
certainly can. It's just a little harder. And then having having Breach and Lion's Eye Diamond, but no Brain Freeze, that seems like a freebie, because the whole thing is that you do that, play every card in your deck. If that hasn't won, you recast Brain Freeze and you go, great, nobody has decks anymore. Take your turn. So if you're gonna play big, play the whole thing.
Yeah, we usually don't suggest things like that because it's meaner and higher power level than what we typically play at for the show. But that's what this deck is all about.
Yeah,
we're trying to be mean, so you might as well.
You have the meanest pieces in here already. You have the most powerful parts of it. Might as well drop a couple bucks for a Brain Freeze. The other possibility is if you wanted to put some ways to convert Riel into damage, because you do get +1 for every instant and sorcery in your graveyard, and you are dumping most of your deck into that. So you could put like Chandra's Ignition in, or other fling spells if you wanted.
Fling is a little scary. Like, you're not gonna.
It is. I agree. I like Chandra's Ignition being the big one since it hits all opponents.
Yeah.
But other things that convert creature with very high power into damage to face is another way that you could give yourself an emergency out.
And it's only 2 colors, so you could also just Rogue's Passage. Chances are this will be 10 pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's commander damage. You only need to hit them twice.
Right. Yeah. It's. Yeah, you're pretty. I don't know. The pips is a little intense. I don't want any more colorless sources than this. I think. They also said that this was on its way out.
Great. It'll be 31 lands just for Veggie.
That's the swap for Otawara. Yeah. Was there anything else that was? Oh, okay. So, I thought a nice emergency out, because like one of the things they mentioned for this deck was sometimes it struggles if it like fizzles. I don't know, maybe you get narsetted or something like, or somehow your hand is gone, or something. Ox of Agonis seems really good here, just as an emergency refill your hand button, because you've pitched it earlier in the game. You definitely have enough cards to escape it, and so for 2 red, whenever you want, it is pitch your hand and draw 3. Plus, like, it's like a 5/3 or something. It's another body on board. Also would consider Leer. You are running 35 instants and sorceries. Given all of those flashback, it's probably good. Also to protect if you're trying to win, so spells can't be countered. And then this deck might be a little too good for this card, but one of my personal favorites to put in discard decks, and I feel like it's good enough here, is Currency Converter. This card is so cool. It's 1 mana. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile it, so it's your choice. And then, sure, you can pay 2 mana and loot. Nobody cares. But just for a tap, you put a card that you exile with it into your graveyard, so it's not even permanently gone. And then, if it's a land, you make a treasure. But if it was a non-land, you make a 2/2. So at its worst, you are you're making a treasure like every turn, because you are guaranteed to be discarding cards every turn. You're making a treasure or 2/2 every turn for 1. I really like it. It may not be enough for this deck, but
and you're still double dipping. It's like madness,
right?
So you're still gonna get to draw off that card. So it really seems like very little downside.
Yeah.
Awesome. Veggie, you would like to play this deck?
I would like to play this deck with friends that are playing decks of this power level.
Yeah, not me. Well, I mean, I'll play Najeela, but that's it.
Yeah, this one also is like, you don't have a necessarily like a try to assemble these two things to win the game. This is put the things that eventually when you get the game on the board and keep them on the board. That's tough. That's tough. I do kind of want this to have a better way to close the game out, considering what cards it's playing.
Yeah.
But
fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so your recommendations: few more land, few more ways to deal with artifacts or enchantments, or to recover if you've lost your hand some way. Okay.
Yeah, test out some of those other cards. And then, like, put the Brain Freeze in there.
That makes sense. Yeah, you might as well at that point, right? All right, so Dead, thank you so much for submitting a deck for our Patreon. If you guys want to check out any of these lists on your own, there's a link down below in the description of the video. You guys can jump into the Discord to discuss any of the topics or decks that we've discussed here today, talk about Veggie's recommendations, or add recommendations of your own. I'm sure the owners of the deck lists would really appreciate it. If you would like to have your deck featured here on our live show next month, make sure you guys check out our Patreon, because that is the best way to support us, help us stay weekly for 2025, and get us to check out your deck list. You can even submit it to have us play it on the show by sponsoring an episode for sponsoring us for one episode. Veggie, thank you so much for joining us for Deck Techs and testing out some cool decks.
No problem.
All right. Oh, and last thing, if you guys would like to purchase any cards to brew decks of your own or recreate any of the ones you saw here today, Decked Out is sponsored by TOA, Tales of Adventure. We have a 5% off code with them, and they ship really, really quickly, like next day. So please make sure you guys check out our sponsor. It's a great way to help us for something you are going to do anyway, and that is, buy cards. All right. We love you guys so much, and we'll see you guys next month for the next live Deck Tech show. Bye! End.